Good evening, folks, and a hearty welcome to our drive-in theater. We have a wonderful evening's entertainment lined up for you, one that will provide several hours of pleasurable relaxation and diversion for you and your family. Did you fail to dress up for tonight's show? No tie, an old shirt and slacks, a house dress? Well, don't give it a thought. We're glad you came as you are. We just want you to enjoy yourselves. Don't forget to visit our refreshment center during the intermission or any time. You love the tasty array of snacks we have to offer. So will the youngsters. Everything is quality and so good. We hope you'll make this a weekly visit. Bring the family. Bring your friends. There are always wonderful new pictures to see, delightful snacks to nibble, a gay, pleasant evening for all. Oh, a word of caution. Don't drive over 10 miles an hour in the theater area for your safety's sake. And Mom or Pop, go with the kids when they leave the car. We hope you have a wonderful time. Come back soon.
It's 4 minutes till showtime.
Hey, fellas, don't fight over that hot dog. There's plenty for everyone. Big, plump, and juicy, wrapped in an oven-fresh bun. Add mustard, relish, ketchup, and go to work. Yes, the hot dogs at our refreshment center are the best you'll find anywhere. Everybody agrees on that.
It's 3 minutes till showtime.
Thirsty? The refreshment stand is open with everything to satisfy your taste buds. Here's the menu: the hottest, freshest, crunchiest popcorn, each kernel popped to its fullest with that real movie time taste. Cold drinks. You'll find your favorite ice cold, tasty, and thirst quenching. And hot dogs, hamburgers, and candy too. Now a short intermission, so you'll have time to make your selection before the show begins.
It's 2 minutes till showtime.
Your attention, please. All new hotshot electric in-car heaters have been installed for your comfort and convenience. Just insert heater through car window and turn on the switch. When leaving, please turn switch off and replace on speaker post. Warning, high voltage. For your own safety, do not attempt to repair or remove wires. Do not attempt to open heater unit. If you need assistance, please notify the theater box office or concession manager.
Top quality hamburgers, the most popular snack in the country. We serve them plain or garnished to your taste.
There are words men live by, words of strength, of wisdom, and of peace. We urge you to find the spiritual comfort and guidance we all so greatly need by attending your place of worship regularly.
Just 1 minute to go.
And now, on with the show.
No, that's not big enough. No, that's not big enough either. That's more like it. We're delighted to have you with us, and we extend a cordial welcome to you. We've lined up the top stars from Hollywood and from all over the world to entertain you on our giant screen with the new, colorful motion pictures you've been hearing about and reading about. To add to your enjoyment, we're all wound up to bowl you over at intermission time with live wire service at our snack bar, where you'll find a tempting variety of favorite foods and beverages. Your continued patronage is very, very welcome.
And hello, fellow humans, and welcome to my stream. As usual, I would like to welcome all the non-human identifying sentient creatures who might be out there watching today, as well as all the non-sentients hanging out, joining the poker action today, because we don't like to discriminate here on the MotherShip. Currently got one game going, the Nano Deep Impact. Just had a hand where we raised Ace King from the small blind, and it did not get there and lost a few chips, but we're still doing okay. Let's bring that one up. That is currently the only game we are playing, but we have registered the Falling Star, which will start up in a few minutes' time, and we have registered the Nano Comet, which we were the 5th person in, so it still needs 3 more people to register if it's going to run. So probably we'll jump into the dark matter as well. I didn't actually check if David's got any free rolls. He does have actually cent rolls running. Is he even streaming today? Are they going to run, or are they just? Oh no, it's actually there's actually people in there. So the passwords must already be out. So let's have a quick look at Mr. DeVitch. Yeah, I thought he was offline, or else I would have been hosting him. We'll jump into the DeVitch cent roll, which starts in 30 minutes time. We'll figure out what else we're going to enter as that goes on. So welcome, welcome, welcome. Let's play some poker. Let's play some poker. Just bear with me. I'm just doing some PR stuff. And I just realized I took a screenshot of my stream on my 4K monitor, so I've got to kind of shrink that one down before I drop it onto Twitter, I think, or else it's going to be ridiculously large. Welcome, welcome, welcome to everybody. Glad to have you here watching our Mothership poker stream. Currently only playing the one game, the Deep Impact Nano. We'll be registering the Falling Star we're already registered in, waiting for it to start in 10 minutes. We got our buy-in in for the Comet Nano, but it's questioning whether it's going to run or not. There was only 5. I was the 5th person. I was the 5th person to register, so it still needs a few more people to get in. Alrighty, there we go. Got some Twitter out there. We got some. Thank you, Archibald. Good to see you, buddy. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Nice to have you hanging out. So far, we're only playing the one game, but we'll get some. We got a few more kicking off here shortly. Get rid of my King 5 there. I see Rage gave us the follow while we were offline last night. That's cool. That's very cool. I think he comes over from Ian's channel, doesn't he, Rage? Rage 888. All right, let's get some stuff done in advance so we don't get caught flat-footed when the new tables start up. And we'll leave the Comet off because we're not 100% sure it's going to run. It might be the dark matter. We will see. We definitely got DeVitch starting though in a bit. So cool. We will be having some fun. We'll be having some fun. Playing the pokers. I had a reasonably good day yesterday. I had a really good chance of going deep in both the Black Hole and the Dwarf Star Nano. I ended up cashing the Dwarf Star for a bit of a min cash and one bounty, I think, so a bit of a profit. Unfortunately, I ended up kind of blowing it in the Black Hole. It was like 3 from the money, and I had an easily cashing stack. And for some reason, I lost my head and called off a shove with 4s. I knew he was light. Evening, Mike. Good to see you, buddy. I knew he was light, and I was right. He was shoving I used like a 12 big blind shove from the big blind, and I had him covered. But not by a huge chunk. It was enough, like he had enough of a stack so that when I call, it cripples me if I lose to a large extent. Puts me near the bottom of the chip stack instead of being in a comfortable caching spot. So I raised the fours in middle position. He shoves from the big blind, and I, for some completely unknown reason, decided to just call it off with fours. Of course, he gets there with his ace 10, and I'm crippled, and I end up bubbling 3 from the money. I guess that hand happened 5 from the money, actually, now that I think about it. 5 or 6 from the money. And then I ended up basically soft bubbling 3 from the money, which was very frustrating because I definitely had a caching stack, and I basically gave it away. So I'm going to try to play a little better today because we could have had a profit yesterday, and we didn't. And it was our own fault that we did not have a profit yesterday. A lot of times you hear me come on and you hear me whine about bad beats and things like that. I got to say, yesterday I did it entirely to myself in the black hole. I should not have called off with fours there. I'm not unhappy with the raise, but I should be folding hands as small as fours to a shove like that. I mean, I think if I was talking sevens or eights, it'd be a different story. But fours, I mean, almost everything he's gonna, even the bluff shove with, is gonna be overcards to me. So I'm racing at best in almost all situations. And even when I'm racing, I mean, yeah, I would have ended up racing if I was like eights or nines. But eights or nines have far less chance of getting counterfeit, for example, than fours do. So fours is just a really bad hand to be calling off a shove with there. And I sort of, I can easily see that and admit that, and hopefully we can move on from it and make better decisions today. I have to say we're going to run through some repeat ads today on the breaks because I have not sat down and cut any new ad segments for you guys. But I got a lot of old stuff that we've run through before, so it's probably got a lot to choose from that we haven't necessarily watched a ton of before. I think maybe we'll run through some of the batteries not included ads again today. I know we did, I think, 2 segments of them the other day as well, so I'll probably start from the 3rd segment and move on from there so that we don't double repeat ads in a relatively short period of time. But yeah, we'll. So unfortunately, I don't have any new ads for you today, but we'll get some ads definitely up for you in the breaks. Going to put in a raise here with my king queen of spades. We're obviously pretty happy with this flop. It's obviously good for our actual hand, but it's a good flop for our range as well. In many ways, it's not good because we don't get a lot of value out of here. People will expect us to have the king when we bet here. They'll go, "Oh, we have the king," and if it's rare that we get value, as much value out of that as we do. So we do get a call from Maz, and he actually sucked out on us earlier in the hand. That's where we lost our chips before. So I think he was trying to take it away from us there again with a worse hand, and I was pretty happy to get the chips in. I guess we're going to put in another bet with our queen 10 suited. That's a pretty darn good hand. We see Maz shoving on us. We got a call. I think these guys are light, but I just don't think it makes sense for me to call off my stack here, or this much of my stack here. Even though I think I'm almost certainly ahead of these 2 shoves, or I've got at least good equity against these 2 guys. Yeah, I just got to get out of the way. Even though I'm almost certain that I'm... Oh, I guess I'm not in as good a shape as they were. Queen 5 over there next door is pretty funny. Queen 5 just calls it off there. Gotta love that. Falling Star just kicked off, so we'll get that up on screen here for you. So there's the Falling Star bounty. Still playing the deep space, or sorry, the deep impact nano. It's confusing that there's a deep impact and a deep space, and they're different tournaments. Here, that's a little confusing. We got another shove, 10x from Svartvid. We're certainly not calling off with 5-3 suited, but I'm guessing that with these two players in the pot, Svart is pretty happy to get in with any sort of a reasonable hand, like any ace, any paint. Ooh, that's a little bit less than I would have expected them to be shoving on. It's pretty much exactly what I expect APV to be calling with based on what I've seen in the previous hands. You know, he called off like Queen 5 before, so. So we've clearly got a chance here, I think, to get some chips on this table. The issues, we're going to have to put our chips in high variance spots and hope we get there, I think, is what's going to have to happen here. And I think this is actually one of those spots where, let's see what the flop brings if we can get there. Fortunately, it's not even really a good flop for our range. Although small blind, I mean, yeah, small blind donk on that board is almost always going to take it down. Actually, now that I think about it. Let's give her a shot. So the heart draws that called on the turn got there, but we're ahead of any of the jacks that would have called on that turn. So we can credibly represent the hearts. We can credibly represent the king. There's a lot of stuff we can credibly represent there that means it's pretty tough for anybody else to call us there, I think. Thank you, Cleeds. Welcome, buddy. Good to see you. Good to see you. We are going to be missing our friendly neighborhood piano cat today. She said yesterday she's off having drinks and a takeout with a friend tonight. So sounds like it'll be a fun, chill night for the piano cat. So you guys be good in chat. We don't have our moderator here to keep everybody in line. So you guys be good in chat. I do have the power to pretty much do whatever the hell I want to you guys. So you know, I am watching over, so I can always bring down the banhammer if need be. But you guys are really good, so I don't think I have to worry about that. Yeah, Queen 5, I think we can get rid of that. Oh, and I think I was just talking about a hand that was not being shown on the table. I was talking about my hand on the deep impact table, and it wasn't being shown. I'm pretty sure. So I apologize for that, but we'll try to do better as the day goes on. I don't know, maybe now that I've made my one mistake of the day, the rest of the stream will be perfect, right? Yeah, the odds of that are pretty fucking slim. Just put in a raise with ace jack on the deep impact table. Under the gun. Expecting a call from Maz on the button. Oh, wow. We don't get a call. Kind of surprised we didn't see a call there from Maz. Very nice flop for our hand. Very nice. Very nice. Though I think we're going to try to play this one a little bit tricky and see if we can get him to bet into us now. Curious George. I guess we can't get him to bet into us. I don't really want to. It's pretty wet out there now, so I don't really want to give him another free draw at the board. So I think I want to make sure that he pays me off now, or we end the hand here. Check through with our queen 10. Backdoor spades. Backdoor straights. We probably see one more street here. See if any of our backdoors develop. Backdoors don't develop. Somebody else's might have, but we do hit second pair, so that probably means we're going to see the river. See ya at the river, as they say. I mean, I think that Stonehenge is going to have an ace here a fair bit. So I don't necessarily think my queen is good here. But I also don't think, but I also think that he's on spades often enough. He's going to have the ace of spades when he's on spades here a fair bit as well, which is the problem I've got. But he's on spades often enough that I think I'm probably having to call down anything but a ridiculously priced shove. So 1600 is probably a bet I'm going to have to call here. Although with Gaddis making the call, I think I can credibly assume that one of those two guys has the ace here most of the time. I mean, are you ever betting there? Yeah, one of those guys has got to have the ace. So I was definitely behind one of the guys that has the ace. I mean, Stonehenge there had to suck out with weird spot on the falling star here. Trying to figure out if I'm going to call off my stack here with ace 10 suited. I just folded to another shove in the previous hand after I raised queens, and the flop came ace king jack, and mute Q shoved on me. You know, what the hell are you going to do with queens there, right? So I folded. And then we just got open shoved on there in the big blind, so frustrating. Picking up the nut flush draw over here on the deep impact table. So I think we're going to want to put a bet in with. Also, of course, the straight draw gut shot with a 10. But we take it down on the flop. No surprise there. Break time. Got one hand still active on the falling star table. We will play that one down. I think I'll put in a raise with this when it comes around to me. Assuming it folds to me. So I think we put in a 3x raise here. Call off this shove 100% of the time. Assuming we're the only one in action. I think we do anyways with King Jack suited. Try to take his bounty 100% of the time. We're ahead. He's ahead. We're ahead. He's ahead. Shit. Oh well. It's going to be that kind of day for us, I guess, in the falling star. Fair enough. We can roll with those punches. Gonna head off to a quick break here, and we will do some toy ads, I think. Let's make sure that the old one's turned off, and let's go into that one. We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
From Gilbert Autorama comes the excitement and competition of the famous Indianapolis Speedway, featuring the exclusive new Gilbert Flyover Chicane. Watch the stock cars in slow motion. Up and go. Gilbert makes cars rugged enough to take this kind of punishment. And look at the great assortment of Gilbert cars to choose from. The roughest, toughest, most realistic cars on the road. Past the timer, through the lap counter. Now with stock cars up to the Gilbert Flyover Chicane. Only this time, in midair, the cars change lanes. And look, just like that, your Gilbert car track can become a horse race track with these exclusive lively trotters. Get all these Indianapolis Speedway extras separately, and be sure to get your complete Gilbert Autorama layout. Look at Gilbert toys first. They last.
Tracy to kids. Tracy to kids. Come in, kids. Come in, kids. It's here at last, the new Dick Tracy two-way wrist radio that keeps you in constant touch with your buddies. Easy to work. Up antenna, switch on, press talk button, and you broadcast from room to room and even house to house. No wires needed, yet voices travel back and forth. Radio on the open road from one bike to another, or when out hiking.
Dad, I found a bear's cave.
Be right down, son.
The powerful, fully transistorized Dick Tracy two-way wrist radio is a real electronic instrument.
Make sure all the fellows get their A-OK Dick Tracy wrist radio so they can keep in touch. Over and out.
The one and only Dick Tracy wrist radio, wherever American toys are sold.
Into the deepest jungles went Pressman toy makers looking for something new. The secret they brought back for you is incredible. The Pressman Witch Doctor Head Shrinkers Kit. Plastic flesh, mixing cauldron and petrifying potion. Just pour it into the mold and in minutes you can add monster hair. Paint it with a coloring kit included, or make up your own decorations. In 24 hours, the heads shrink down. Now, shrunken heads for all occasions. Collect them, swap them, give them to your Witch Doctor friends. You can always cook up more with Pressman's Witch Doctor Head Shrinkers Kit.
Everyone knows that beautiful hair makes a girl look beautiful.
Beautiful Chrissy has beautiful hair that grows.
This is beautiful Chrissy, the doll with beautiful hair that grows right down to her toes. Turn the knob and her hair is shorter. Press her tummy and you can make her hair grow and grow and grow right down to her toes. You'll love to brush it and brush it.
He has beautiful hair. She has beautiful eyes. She has beautiful clothes.
Beautiful Chrissy comes in this beautiful dress. But you can get all these other beautiful clothes for her, too, and style her hair to go with them.
Beautiful Chrissy has beautiful hair that grows.
Beautiful Chrissy. She's ideal.
Look, Remco Coney Island penny machine. Win a prize. Let's go in. And look at the wonderful prizes you can win. I'm going to win a watch for you. A penny in the slot, and look at the prizes go round and round. Bracelets, whistles, harmonicas. This lever moves the bucket from side to side. This lever moves the bucket up and down. Here goes. You've almost got the watch. You've got it. Down the chute and out it comes. You just made it. The timer says finish. Kids, this is a toy you've got to have. Remco's Coney Island penny machine. Only $12.98 at your favorite toy store. It comes complete with a giant bag of wonderful toy prizes. Remember, every boy wants a Remco toy. And so do girls.
Alrighty, we are back. We are back. Got two new tables up. We got the DaVitch free roll happening, which I'm just about to try to bring up here. I'm actually potentially really going to be quick in that one because I just put in kings. I'm not putting it in right off, but we may very well get there in that one. The title's wrong, but let's bring that up so we can see what's happening. Haven't corrected the title there yet, but we'll get there on that. Well, so the Comet Nano did not run today, but we are in the Dark Matter Nano. That one is up now as well. So let me get the titles correct while we're chatting here. So we've got DaVitch scent roll there. Obviously going to continue here with our kings. And we take it down. And we've also got the Dark Matter, which is this one. That one goes there. So that one goes there. I'll get rid of the 9-3. Just getting all my titles sorted out now. Alrighty, so that gets that up, and that should actually have us. Here we go. We have got the Deep Impact Nano top left, Falling Star Bounty top right, DaVitch Scent Roll bottom left, and the Dark Matter Nano bottom right. Head back to our main scene. We're currently watching, let's actually go through the tables here. Let's go through the tables. So we've got, let's get this on. There we go. We got Dark Matter Nano, 20-cent buy-in, a freeze-out event. We got DaVitch Scent Roll, also a freeze-out event. 1 penny with some pretty decent prizes in the end. We've got the €200 Falling Star, €1 buy-in. Not doing so great in that one. We haven't taken any booties yet, and we are down to just over half a stack. Not great there. Deep Impact. We are also kind of hovering around start stack here. Not doing terribly, but not doing great either. So yeah, it's so far it's kind of a holding day. Dark Matter is very small field, only 3 people in it. They let it run. They didn't let the Comet run. It's weird that the Comet needs 8 people in it, whereas the Dark Matter only seems to need 3 people in it to run. So it runs. It ran with 4 starting today. So it's interesting that they've got different requirements for the different tournaments. NMP fan, welcome, buddy. Thank you, NMP fan. Yeah, I thought the thought the ads are always fun, and especially that that whole Witch Doctor Shrunken Heads kit thing. I remember those as a kid, and I remember thinking that they were a little bit. I mean, we didn't actually have the term politically incorrect when I was a kid, but you know, they were definitely a little weird even at the time. And you know, looking back from a modern day perspective, that's that one, yeah, that's probably one of the fails I would guess from from 50s and 60s childhood toys. Good to see everybody here. Oh, geez, my camera's having a wig out. There we go. It's calmed down now. Good to see everybody here. Nice to see NMP fan. Nice to see everybody around. We're having some poker fun here today. Mr. Ian Simpson, welcome to the stream, my friend. Good to see you, buddy. Good to see you. Good to see you. I am currently running 4 games at the moment. I've got the Deep Impact Nano, the Falling Star Bounty, the DeVitch's Scent Roll game, and the Dark Matter Nano. Tried to get in the Comet Nano, but the Comet did not run today, unfortunately. I picked up an Ace King on the Deep Impact table there. So let's head back to our one table screen and have a closer look at that hand, shall we? Took that one down. That's always nice. I am going to get out of the way with my ace-4 right off the start, I think. I don't know. It's weird. Normally I turn my cursor off on when I bring a window up, so you guys don't see my cursor hovering over the window on the stream. There are times, however, when I want to highlight a particular player, and I'm sitting here circling the player with my cursor, and you know, doing this as I'm talking about them, realizing you guys aren't seeing me circle the person with my cursor because I've turned my cursor off, and you guys don't see my cursor. I'm the only one seeing. So I have to remember to always indicate which player I'm talking about, rather than just circling them with my cursor on my screen here, because that's something that you guys do not see. MVE, good to see you, buddy. The DeVitch password, I think it's still in his chat. If you type pass in his chat, I think it'll still. I'll put in a bet with this jack here. I can't exactly remember which. Let me hang on a sec here. I think it's. Yeah, there we go. All right, technically, I don't really think I'm supposed to do this. But since he's not streaming, so I'm not actually taking away from his stream by doing this. Oh, that's a very nice river card for us, I think. Got us paid off. That gives us a nice little stack there. I picked up a pair of jacks in the free roll, or scent roll, I mean. We've got an overpair to the board, so I think we're calling this dude shove off. And if he's just got the 10s or the 8s or the 3s, we're going down. Got the 10 deuce. He's got the 10 deuce, so we're gonna win this one. We're going to take his stack away on that one. That gives us a bit of a nice stack there. Got an ace-king in the dark matter. Let's head over there. Put in a raise under the gun with that. Sorry, I didn't put in a raise under the gun. I put in a 3-bet in middle position. What the hell am I talking about? No, I did put in a raise under the gun. Yeah, then what the hell am I talking about? Jesus. Lyle. Board read, man. Board reading skills. Board reading skills, dude. Figure out what the hell you're doing before you actually start talking about it. That's a good idea. So I was playing Arvid yesterday. He's pretty capable of firing on a bluff on the river. And he's pretty capable of just deciding that since I haven't bet at it, he's just going to bet any 2 cards here. So I think my ace-king can be good often enough that I've got to call this off. He hit the 10, so that's, it's going to happen. I think I'm about to call off a shove in Davit's pretty wide with 8s. And I'm against ace-jack, and we flop our set. So, quad nobblers there. Quad nobblers. I wasn't able to get over that one live quick enough, but we're going to bring that one up, and we're going to run that on the replay just so you guys can see the quad nobblers in action. Alrighty. Big quad nobblers there on the Davit's table to take down a stack. Rivered the quads with our pocket 8s. Rivered the quads with our pocket 8s. Night Shopper, good to see you, buddy. As always, good to see ya. Calling behind with ace-jack on the... I'm actually in with ace-jack, or I'm playing ace-jack on 2 tables. See if I can get there in time. We lost on the Falling Star bounty, so we are done there. We got it. We got in with ace-jack with just over 10 big blinds, and did not get there, unfortunately. So we're done on the Falling Star. No booties today. No cash there today, but oh well. It's the way poker goes sometimes. It's the way poker goes sometimes. So I'm going to check back there. Oh, right. That one needs to go there. There we go. So that's the Davitt cent roll. Gotta check that. I'm just trying to get myself organized here. Alrighty, so let's see what else we can register. Let's see what else we can register since we busted the Falling Star. The Dark Matter Comet, or the Comet Nano didn't run. Yeah, let's high roll a €2 Singularity. Alrighty, so let's add that to our bankroll tracker. Oh, wait, the comment didn't run, did it? Let's delete that. Ooh, ouch. Okay, so that's there. Let's bring the table up. Get the title. That one, and alrighty. This is the Singularity, 100 euro guarantees, 2 euro buy-in. Oh, we've actually just flopped a really sweet little hand here in DeVitz. We're getting the hands in David's free roll. We're definitely getting the hands over here. We got in for free there and then just flopped the world. Yeah, it sucks when you have to miss those MVE. Just going back to catch up on chat. We take another stack in David's free roll. It's looking good for us there so far. I think it's raised with the king queen here. Got to check back, do a delayed c-bet on the turn. Jack is a much more credible card for me to bet on, I think. And I think with the ace here, I mean, he's going to have an ace some of the time, so I'm going to get called by that. But I think I actually get folds here quite a bit when he's checking. No, he's got the ace. He was on the 4 all the time, so I mean, I guess he's ahead of me. And he's going to call that flop bet all the time when he's got 4. I guess I should probably put him on one of those cards when he calls me on the flop there instead of just getting rid of his hand. But I was also thinking that I'm playing quite a lot of hands here in this table, so he could be just thinking I'm on it, as I was, just on it. Ant-Man, good to see you, buddy. Good to see you, my friend. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're getting quite a gang here going today. Good to see you, everybody. Good to see everybody. Piano Cat is going to be absent today, but that's cool. We'll see her back on Friday when we play again. Excuse me. 1 second. So yeah, Friday, I am going to be pumping my 25 euro ticket into the Dwarf Star full-size event, everybody. So gather up your friends and neighbors around the video screen and come watch me take a shot at some big potential prizes in the Dwarf Star full-on game. Play the Dwarf Star Nano today as probably as a warm-up for that. We'll see what my table situation is like when that kicks off, but picked up a very nice looking hand in the oh, and it's over now, so I can't get there. I had ace king suited, and I put in a raise over a limp, which I was going to say it was too small of a raise because I only went 3x over the limp, and I would normally go 4x over limp. But it worked anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Get him on us. Good to see ya. Good to see everybody. Good to see everybody hanging out here today. Thank you, and good luck to everybody hanging out here. I just realized the screenshot I posted when I advertised my stream a couple of minutes ago was me with my vape in the mouth. I should have hashtagged that Darth Vapor. I missed. Here I am, supposed to be this online marketing guy, and I'm just missing hashtags like left, right, and center here, folks. I don't know. I don't know. I think we all need to work on our heads up, Ant-Man. It's so rare that you get to play it. And I mean, I know people talk about playing heads up tournaments to learn how to play heads up. And yeah, you're going to learn how to play heads up that way to a certain extent. But it's a very contrived heads up scenario. And the heads up that you reach at the end of a long tournament, I think, is an entirely different scenario than the heads up you play in a heads up match that starts heads up and starts like ridiculously deep stacked with 10, 20 blinds at 10, 20 or 15, 30 or something like that, right? So it's heads up play at the end of a tournament is a really hard thing to work on because you really only ever get to play it when you get heads up in a tournament. It's really the only time you ever get to play that scenario of heads up. So it's really tough to work on. You can work on it theoretically, but it's really tough to get your practical experience up and really tough to put your theories into practice, and except in the actual moment. So it's sort of trial by fire, sort of learning to swim by getting thrown in the deep end sort of thing is the way I like to see heads up. And yes, you should work on heads up through heads up tournaments and things like that. But aces in the deep impact, that's nice. But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I think that a heads up tournament is a completely different scenario than when you get heads. We got walked with aces. Did you see that? We got walked with aces, everybody. I mean, I'm not going to complain because not losing with aces is always a good thing, but you'd rather not get walked with aces. Thank you, Ian. Thank you very much, my friend. We'll see how it goes. It's one of those, it's one of those shots. It's going to be fun to try it. And I'm a little nervous. I always feels worse to me when I bust something that I'm taking a shot at or that I put a chunk of money into. Doing it with a ticket is obviously less painful because it's sort of like a free buy-in for it. Cool, Ant-Man. I appreciate that. Not entirely sure that you're gonna soften the field exactly, since you're the guy that gives me all of my ICM and hand strength training here on stream. So that might be you might be being a bit modest when you say that, but no, it'd be cool to have people come in and play, and it'd be cool to have people on tables with me. That'd always be fun. Putting a raise here with tens. End up flopping the flush draw. Not a great one, but it's like third nuts here, so not terrible. I think we're going to put in a bet and see what happens. We're gonna win that a lot of times if he doesn't have any diamonds. I'm just gonna fold my deuces under the gun. I mean, I know that's like super ditty, but I've been playing a ton of hands at this table, so I'm just gonna fold there. I should have put in a raise with that, obviously, but I don't mind when Ian's playing incognito yet, because I'm pretty sure that the events I'm playing in are not the events he's playing in for the most part. As time goes on, of course, it's going to become a little bit more tricky to have to worry about whether I'm facing an incognito Ian or not across the felt. But I suppose in this case across the wooden dining room table in our ski lodge. I might have to look for a new game. We haven't been doing very well in the ski lodge. We've been kind of sitting hovering at like 150 since we came up to this game in the ski lodge. So I might have to look for a new game here soon. See if that kicks our results back into gear. Of course, hovering at 150 is better than going down for sure, but it's not quite as good as going up. So gonna get out of the way with my middle pair here. I think. No, actually, I'm gonna see one more street with my middle pair. It doesn't seem hugely likely that Stonehenge is playing a deuce. Curious George could easily be on a deuce, being this small blind here. Yeah, I mean, I think no matter what part of that flop Curious George might have hit, he's going to be ahead of me here. Because I think even when he hits the 7, it's going to be a bigger 7 than my 6 usually. Or it's going to be something like 7 deuce. So I'm actually just getting out of the way here, I think. Wow. All right. So, I mean, that I was obviously behind the jack, so it was, I should have gotten out of the way anyways, but my analysis of Curious George was quite off. I actually thought he was on a bigger hand than he was based on that. Interesting. To put that in my little mental blender and see what spits out. Yeah, that sounds like a plan. Everybody play the Dwarf Star on Friday. So Friday's going to be the day that I have to watch out for Eni in disguise. That's definitely going to be It's been pretty slow in the Singularity so far. Haven't really got any hands yet to speak of. Um, let's go have a look. I folded 10 Jack offsuit here, but there was I'd actually limped that 10 Jack offsuit and then folded when got raised here, which was a good thing because it ended up being a pretty big pot. Righty, so we're going to put in a raise here with our pair of 10s. Middle position. Yeah, sort of early position, I guess. I'm actually liking the 3x raise size quite a bit lately. I do feel like I'm giving up extra chips when I get shoved on and I have to fold. But, I mean, I'm pretty happy with my spot here. I think both in terms of my actual hand and my range, I'm going to be pretty strong on this board, I think. That said, I'm also going to be facing relatively strong action, relatively strong hands from callers. So we probably go to a. I think we still keep putting money in here because I think we can. I think you can be calling us on diamonds, ace X of diamonds here, fairly frequently. So we got 10s and 9s, which means basically nothing that hit the flop except draws are we beating anymore. So unfortunately, we're probably, yeah. That was kind of unfortunate, but it's the way it goes. Alrighty, Ant-Man, we'll see you in a bit. Enjoy your food, buddy. I had bacon and eggs and fried mushrooms before I came on. It's one of the things I have to thank my time working for the British Army for, learning what good breakfast foods actually are and what a good English breakfast. The mushrooms, would have never considered having mushrooms other than inside of an omelet. I would have never considered like having just fried mushrooms beside on my plate as a breakfast food prior to eating English breakfasts at the British Army Cookhouse. And baked beans is the other one. Baked beans is a lunch or a dinner food in Canada. It would never be a breakfast food. It was the weirdest thing in the world the first time I walked into the British Cookhouse and saw them serving baked beans for breakfast. But I actually turned out to really like it. So it's another one of the sort of Englishisms that I picked up after having worked for the British Army for quite a few years. 15 years to be exact. Almost 15 years. Just under 15 years. I left the job like 3 months shy of my 15-year anniversary. For the record, for those of you who don't know, the British Army rents a base here in Canada to do a bunch of live training on. You might not think about this too much unless you're involved in military training, but finding places to drive your tanks around willy-nilly without a lot of restrictions is pretty tricky these days. There's not a lot of empty space in the world, and certainly in the UK. If you've ever been around the Salisbury Plain training area, you know that it's not exactly easy for the soldiers to keep themselves situationally aware. And by that I mean they'll be in the middle of a battle simulation where they're driving their tank through as they're on their way to achieve a military objective. And then they have to stop because they're about to cross a public roadway. They have to stop, and the tank commander has to get out with a flag and flag down all the cars, make sure all the cars stop, and then they have to slowly progress across the road as the tank commander walks in front of them with the flags to make sure that they don't affect any cars, in which case they can then get back in their tank and continue their battle simulation. Not exactly the best way to train your soldiers, frankly. So they look for places where they don't have to do that sort of thing. And Canada has crap loads of empty space. And there is like a 2,500 square kilometer base near my town of Medicine Hat called Suffield, Canada Forces Base Suffield. And Canada Forces Base Suffield has has, as I say, 2,500 square miles of open space that they're allowed to do basically anything they want on. So my job was to run the computer system that tracked all of their movement around, because we hooked them up with laser sensors on the bodies of the soldiers, on the vehicles, lasers on their guns, lasers on their tanks, sensors all over the place, and we basically sent them out to play a giant game of laser tag with real live soldiers, real live tanks, and real live everything but real live ammunition, basically. And we'd record all the movement, record all the hits and misses, record all the fires, record all that sort of stuff, and at the end of it all, bring them back into a big theater, and the mission commanders would go through and show everybody what they did right, what they did wrong, and where they could learn. And it was basically looked at it as I spent 15 years helping young soldiers survive their encounters, because a lot of the time I was active. They were actually going straight from our training facility to places like Iraq and Afghanistan for their first missions, for their first actual live combat experience in some cases. So I really did feel like I was contributing to keeping people alive, which I was pretty proud of. So I didn't quite get the brown sauce, Mike. Sorry, I'm not. The brown sauce was something I never did quite develop a taste for. I do use Worcestershire sauce in things. I don't actually put it on top of stuff, but I've never actually been able to really develop a taste for stuff like the HP sauce and so on like that. And I'm pretty sure it's like HP sauce is sort of what you're talking about when you say brown sauce, right? HP is one of the brands, House of Parliament sauce. Ironically, the best dinner nights at the British Army Cookhouse were very often when they put on the Indian food. The Indian food messes. I have to say, they did a Sunday roast that was just astonishingly good. Amazing. Some of the best roast beef. The Yorkshire puddings, of course, were incredible. So that was very good. But yeah, otherwise it was the Indian food they always put on amazing Indian food. The curries were to die for. Alrighty, well, I think we're going to be all in the Deep Impact with 10s. And we get there. We get there with the ace-high straight. Nice big double up in the Deep Impact. That's cool. Oh, are you tracking down one of Ian's? You tracking down one of Ian's secret avatars there, Addy? Alrighty, well I still got a full slate of tables running here, so I guess I'm not gonna play the. Is it no? The Dwarf Star doesn't start for another hour, does it? Yeah, it's the Space Madness that's on now, which I'm not that keen on playing. I don't actually enjoy. I prefer the bounties that have a little bit more in the prize pool. The Space Madness, where it's only 10% goes to the prize pool, it just seems, I don't know. I don't know. I like more of a balance on those. Pop over to the four table view for a couple of seconds here. I got Ace Jack down on the DeWitt's free roll or cent roll. We aren't far from the, but I've got enough chips that I can still just largely sit on this. So I'm just going to get out of the way with Ace Jack. I mean, that is a spot where I probably want to reshove in a sort of more normal spot. But I also think I'm going to get called pretty wide here. I've got people that outstack me in the pot yet to decide. So yeah, I think just being super aggressive there is probably not my best move. Get rid of the 4-5. I'm going to see a flop with my ace-8 here with any luck. I don't think that's the worst flop for me to donk out on from the big blind here. We backdoor into the flush draw, which is reasonably crappy. So I think we'll check call here. And I think we fire another bullet as a bluff on the river here and hope to take it down. And we're not going to take it down against King 10 very often in that spot. I was hoping to take it down against a Bear King, possibly. You know, hands like A King, A Queen, or A10, not any hands that had two of those cards in them. Yes, well, one of the big jokes among the British soldiers is that if you want to know what the best food import out of Britain is, it's Indian curries. Actually, Canada has reasonably good Indian food as well, especially around these parts because of the British influence at the base. Medicine Hat actually has some pretty good Indian food. It's always had some pretty good Indian food for a city of 60,000 people in the middle of rural Canada. It's got really good Indian food. You go to the bigger cities, and there's always some pretty good Indian restaurants there as well. But I really developed my taste. I never had Indian food before I worked. I worked for 5 years in Africa in the 90s in Nigeria. And there was a fairly large group of expatriate Indians that had moved to Nigeria years earlier during the colonial period and just sort of set up shop and became pretty much Nigerian at that point, right? They're Nigerian Indians, essentially. But the restaurants that they ran were just phenomenal food, and I got hooked on Indian food there. It was hard to find anything, and it's still hard to find anything that comes close. Places in the UK are the closest I've found to coming anything that matches the Shirlington and Lagos. But alrighty, we're all in the Deep Impact Ace Jack versus Ace King, and of course the Jack comes, so we're done in the deep impact. That was you know, I mean, of course the Jack's gonna come, right? Of course when he's dominated, he's gonna get there with the only card, the only 3 outs he's got. But hey, that's the way it goes. Alrighty, so we're done in the deep impact. I'm going to put in a 3x raise here with my 10. I could probably have shoved that as well, but 20 big blind seems a bit big for an open shove. That said, it might have actually been my best move on this particular hand, because when the flop comes higher than 10s, I'm really not liking my life very much when I get called here. But when the flop comes like that, I'm usually pretty happy with that. So I think we check back and see if he fires into us on the turn, probably. He does not fire into us on the turn, so I think we have to fire a bet out here now for sure. And we take it down. So we're gonna let's head back to the main view, since it's a little easier to see the poker action than it is on the 4-table screen. So it looks like I'm in a money spot in the Devitt anyways. We'll see if it stays that way. I don't think I can rely on folding to the money at this point, but yeah, we'll see how that goes. We shall see how that goes. So the €2 buy-ins isn't a super high roller for me at this point. Sitting at about 140 euros, so it's like 70 buy-ins at €2. So I should be pretty comfortable playing €2 tournaments. I'm not playing many 5s because that's like 30 buy-ins, less than 30 buy-ins on that. So those ones I'm considering to be high rollers. But I've actually been eyeing the Dark Matter, which is a €10 freeze-out tournament, the full-on Dark Matter. So I've actually been eyeing that one as a buy-in. And I will probably, if I get a €10 ticket, I'll probably play that one for sure. Ace is here on the Dark Matter Nano, so we're going to throw in a raise there, obviously. So yeah, I might actually end up throwing €10 into the Dark Matter. Full-size Dark Matter Nano, or full-size Dark Matter at some point as a super high roller event for me. There are some €5 falling stars, I think, as well that I might want to jump into. I've got a fairly good record in the €1 falling stars, so I might actually try some of the 5s as a high roller. Um, so we get called in 2 spots. Pretty happy to keep continuing here. We've got the ace of diamonds, so we got the backdoor nut flush. It's not hugely likely that there's a 3 out there, so I'm pretty happy that we had the best hand at that point. I am all in the singularity. Ace queen suited with a raise in front, a min raise in front. I don't think I have another move. I don't want to really call, and I don't really want to. I don't have a 3x with my stack size, I don't think. So I think the shove was my only move there. I think. That sort of 20, 21 big blind stack, I think, is a great 3-bet shove stack size. Much smaller than that, and it's not big enough always to get people off, and much bigger than that, and it just looks too massive, I think. So I think the 20, 21, 22 big blind is the perfect sort of 3-bet shove stack. This is one I'll call behind with and see what the flop brings, assuming we can get there relatively cheap, which it looks like we might. So we flop open-ended, which is always nice. Get checked to, so I think we're going to c-bet here about 1,000% of the time. Tim Curry. Tim Curry's my, Tim Curry's the real talent of the Curry family, I think. Grabbed Dark Matter Nano, got Ace King on the Dark Matter Nano under the gun, threw a 3x raise in there. Gonna check and do a delayed c-bet on the turn. So that board's not great for. Actually, still think. So that's a half pot bet. I think Ace King's still good here some of the time. But probably not this time. So I'll let him take it. So currently you got 3 tables running with the €2 singularity, 100 euros guaranteed prize pool. 49 players entered in that now, so we're pretty close to hitting the guarantee. We're 29 of 35 currently. We've got the DeVitz cent roll going. 50 from the money now. We are just in a money spot in that one. And here in the Dark Matter Nano, we are 19 of 24 with 6 places getting paid. Alrighty, so I guess we got a break. Happening. Let's key you up with some commercials. Let's key you up with a few more toy ads, and we'll be right back after these short messages.
3, 2, 1, blast off. She's up. Come in ideal countdown control. Ready for second launching.
Atlas moving into position.
Fuel her up.
All set.
Count down.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, blast off! There she goes!
Yes, you can be in command of your own ideal countdown. It's a real electronic missile base. You sit at the controls and move missiles into place. You count down. You blast off. You track the flight. The ideal countdown comes complete with moon missile and lunar probe, as well as a giant Atlas. Get your electronic ideal countdown now, wherever good toys are sold.
It's a wonderful toy. It's ideal.
Ideal's Robot Commando is here to help you. He's your one-man army. No enemy can destroy him. He fights off tanks, hurls missiles one after another. Even a squadron of planes can't stop him. Robot Commando fires his secret weapon. He takes orders from no one except you.
Forward!
Ideal's Robot Commando is battery operated to obey your command. Adjust the control, speak into the microphone.
Left! Fire!
Ideal's Robot Commando is here to help you. Look for your Robot Commando. He's looking for you.
Watching a demonstration of the most authentic cap pistol in the world. It has exclusive fanning action and shoots safe shooting shells with greeny stickum caps. The gun and hip-slung Mattel holster are specially made for a fast draw. All of Mattel's shooting shell fanners and holsters carry the true stamp of the Old West. And every boy will walk tall when he wears a holster and pistol with a Mattel brand. You can tell it's Mattel. It's swell.
It's landed. Ideal's new Astro base has just landed. Look, the space lock is opening. And here comes the astronaut. He's being lowered from the Astro base into the remote control scout car. The two space probes are being mounted for launching. The car is scanning the area. And there go the space probes. They're calling them back to the Astro base. Mission accomplished. Ideal's Astro base and Colonel Macaulay's space helmet are the greatest way to play outer space. You can scan the skies, launch deep space probes, fire rockets, destroy stray meteorites. Ideal's Astro base is at your favorite toy store. Get your Ideal Astro base today.
Creepy crawlers, creepy crawlers, creepy crawlers.
Now, you can make all kinds of lovely things like these with Mattel's wonderful Thing Maker. It makes creepy crawlers, spiders, lizards, snakes, dragonflies. Make them yourself with this nice plastic goop. Choose a mold, pour in the goop, heat it, and presto chango, you've got bugs. Squiggly, squirty bugs. It feels so soft and natural. You get 4 different colors of goop and special paints. Make charming lizard pins or spider rings. You can collect them or spread them around. After all, they're fun for the entire family. Get Mattel's new thing maker with creepy crawlers. You can tell it's Mattel. It's swell.
We're back. We are back. We just kicked off the Black Hole Nano as well, so we're back up to 4 tables. This is what our current layout looks like now. We got the Black Hole Nano top left, Singularity top right, DeWitt's free roll, or scent roll down bottom left, and Dark Matter Nano bottom right. Back to the main scene. So this is the Dark Matter Nano. This is the Singularity, the DeWitt's scent roll, and the Black Hole Nano. Put the raise here with my ace on the button. I'll check this back, see what the turn brings. Clubs are going to bet that flop, I think, all the time. Well, of course, I was the pre-flop raiser, so they might check to me. Obviously can't go anywhere with my ace, but there may well be clubs out there. I was going to say it's not likely there's clubs, but the clubs wouldn't necessarily bet since I was the pre-flop raiser. They would check to me. Blech. Blech. So we got 2 pair, but it's basically worth a pile of piss with 4 clubs on the board and no clubs in our hand. How often is he just firing here trying to steal it with no club in his hand? How often does he have like a deuce? How often does he have like ace deuce and he expects me to call off with a club in my hand? I think I got to call this. Not sure if that was a good call or not. But I made it, and I was right. Turns out the 2 pair on the river wasn't a pile of piss for me. It turns out it was a bit of a good card. Just put in all of my money in the Singularity with kings. Took it down. Yeah, I think a nice big jump on that graph would be cool. It could definitely happen on Friday if I get a couple of. I mean, as I joked in Ian's chat yesterday, It's not really even a joke, frankly. So it's a 25 euro bounty tournament. So the bounties are going to be, it's 50% bounty. So the bounties are going to be 12.50, of which I'm going to be able to put 75% of that, I think, into my bankroll if I take one. So let's call it, it's going to be $9 roughly that I'm going to put into my bankroll. So I take one bounty in this tournament, just one bounty. That's all I take. That's a €9 add-on to 150 odd euro bankroll. So we're talking what, a 6-7% add-on to my bankroll with just a single bounty in this tournament. So if I can get a couple of bounties and cash, just a min cash, it will be a massive hit to the bankroll, and there will be a nice big spike as a result of that. So really, all I need is to be able to I mean, obviously want to win the thing, and I'm obviously not going into it thinking, oh, let's just min cash and be done with it. But I also have to go into it under the understanding that a min cash, like a bounty or two and a min cash, is a massive result for me in a tournament like that. So. So I'd obviously be playing for more, but anything in that is going to be great for me. So looking forward to it. It'll be fun. It'll be fun on Friday. I know it'll be a little scary when I enter, and I know that I'll be what I hope. Sometimes when I go into those big events, I end up playing a scared money because I don't want to bust such a big event in a cooler hand early on or whatever. And I need to be able to avoid doing that on Friday because it's definitely a leak in my game when I play the bigger events, and I need to just play it like a poker game. It's not the buy-in is significant in the sense that I might see slightly better quality play in there, but at the end of the day, it's just poker, and I need to treat it the same as any other poker tournament that I would enter, I think. So hopefully I'll be able to get into the right mindset and do that on Friday. It's been something of a problem for me in the past to do that in big tournaments, so we'll see if I can manage. In some cases, it's been easier than others, but hopefully we'll be able to manage that on Friday. Nice one, MV. Good stuff. King of the free rolls, man. King of the free rolls. Absolutely. Oh, I just gave up a potentially big hand on the black hole because I'm a fucking nit. I was unable to defend my trivia title over at Hustler Honey's channel last night. I went over there and got my ass waxed in trivia play. Actually, the final round came down to a very poker-like situation. Actually, it was pretty funny. So it was like 50 questions in the round, and I was basically doing like crappy through the whole thing. And then in the last 10 questions, I had a surge and was able to come back to like 1,000 points less than the first place, and we were the only two people in contention for the prize completely. So there's like 3 questions left. The other guy was sitting out though, so this is like a poker tournament where there's a big stack that's sitting out, and you've got chips, but there's some other people that might be playing. The difference is you can actually lose chips if you do things wrong in this particular trivia poker tournament. So I'm sitting there with 3 questions left. All I need is like one right answer, and I'm going to take over the guy sitting out. But then comes up the question that I don't have a clue about, so I can't guess. So I have to take 0 on that one. Second to last question comes up again. I don't have a clue. So I have to take a 0 on that one, and I'm like, okay, I'm basically here going all in the big blind, blind hand. I'm all in, hoping to take down this tournament. And what happens? Classic online poker move. I lose my connection. I go offline. In terms of the trivia contest, the final trivia question does not even appear on my screen, so I can't answer it. Worst thing is, it is a Canadian question that I know immediately off the top of my head. I can hit this the button immediately and get but I don't even have a button to hit. So we lose because our connection goes just as we're about to shove our big hand and double up our chips and take down the championship, and we lose our connection and we lose the prize. So yeah, it was a very pokery type of thing. It was kind of fun. Yeah, no, I don't actually plan to chase bounties. I never chase bounties, to be perfectly honest with you, in bounty tournaments. I play bounty tournaments like freeze-outs, which is essentially what they are. Freeze-outs with a little bit of extra bonus if you knock somebody out. But I will slightly adjust some of my plays in cases where I can call off and not have a huge impact on my stack. But I honestly, one of the reasons why it's not uncommon for me to cash, go deep, even final table, even get second or third in a bounty tournament without a single bounty, is because I play them like a freeze out, not necessarily not like everybody else plays bounty tournaments. So I probably might have wanted to open shove ace queen here under the gun with just the sort of 15 big blinds that I have, but I think the 3x will get it done just as well. And when I flop the ace, it makes life just that much nicer for me anyways. So so I guess we turn the ace. I'm gonna see if I can get her to bet into me on the river. We do, and we're gonna be, of course, all in. And we take a big pot in the singularity. That's a nice one. That's a very nice one. Yeah, no, well, and that's one of the reasons why I'm choosing a freeze-out style event for this ticket, is because I literally can't barrel off buy-ins because it won't let me. I'm a little bit worried. One of the reasons that I haven't done things like the, I think there's a couple of €5 rebuy events out there, and I haven't jumped into those because I'm worried that I'll realize I'm suddenly €20 deep into the damn thing. Because they're pretty easy to just keep firing off. So I have not gone in. But I'm willing to fire like the 25 ticket as a freeze out. I'm willing to fire some €10 as freeze out events as well, possibly. €10 is a super, super, super high roller for me. It's like the ultra high roller, I guess, in my book, because I only got 15 of those buy-ins. But of course, if I bank a €10 tournament, it's going to be a massive hit to my bankroll. It's going to be like 1,000% increase on the bankroll kind of thing. So. It might actually be getting to be spring here in Canada. I mean, I know technically it is spring. The calendar says so, but it's worth, as a Canadian, it's worth remembering that calendar ain't always fucking right. Spring comes later in Canada, summer comes later in Canada, summer ends earlier in Canada, fall comes earlier in Canada, winter comes earlier in Canada. It's just the way Canada is. We are, we do have nice summer. We do have nice summer times. When I was doing stand-up comedy, one of my jokes used to be that Canada, people think Canada only has, winter as a season, but the truth is we have 4 seasons just like everybody else. We just name them differently. They're almost winter, winter, still winter, and July 15th at 3:15 p.m. Those pretty much our 4 seasons, but yeah, no, we do have nice summers. I mean, especially where I am, I get absurdly hot days in the summertime. We'll have a couple of weeks in August usually here in Medicine Hat that is above 30 every day Celsius. We can be above 40 sometimes here in the summertime. It is absurdly hot for at least a week or two in the summertime, just as much as it's absurdly cold for at least a week or two in the wintertime here almost every year. But it does seem like we might be rolling into spring. Finally, it's been nice the last little while. We did have a bit of a snowstorm, as I said, over the weekend, but it was very much a spring snowstorm. So that tells me that we're in the springtime. That gives you an idea of what spring is like in Canada. We actually have terms like spring snowstorm that people understand. Spring blizzard is not an unusual occurrence for us. Most people talk about the flowers blooming in the springtime. We're like, well, the snow gets a little bit more slushy. How's that for spring? How's that for spring? The trees will be starting to bud here reasonably quickly in Canada. April is usually when things the trees start to go. Maybe we can start to put our leaves out again. It's when the perennial flowers start to poke their heads back up again and sniff around at the air. Yeah, Friday is going to be the Dwarf Star Bounty. I want to do it on stream. I don't really want to stream on Sundays because I don't really think I'm going to be able to attract attention on a Sunday. There's so many other big streamers doing stuff, Ian Simpson included, that I would, quote-unquote, be trying to compete with. And I say, quote-unquote, be trying to compete with because I literally wouldn't compete with those people at all, and everybody would be overwatching them, and I would be here by myself streaming an Ice Giant Bounty game, which, wouldn't be terrible. But I'd much rather do it on a day where I can actually expect to have an audience here watching me and enjoying the stream with me. Either enjoying my success or enjoying my pain. Commiserating with me in my pain, one of the two. Um, I'm good with that. Either way, it will work for me. But I think it's a better idea. I think the Ice Giant. Obviously the Ice Giant has a higher guarantee. So that would be one reason why I might consider doing that. It's probably going to be a slightly softer field, I would think, as well, being a Sunday tournament as opposed to a Friday tournament. But at the same time, I think that there's two arguments to that. I think the Sunday tournament, lots of people focus on the Sunday tournaments as, even on Unibet, as things that they want to go in and win. And it's like they'll set aside their Sunday to come and play. Because they think they're good at poker and they think they've got an edge in the field, which in many cases they probably do. A Friday Dwarf Star bounty is far more likely, I think, to have random people that are cracking a beer at home after work just firing money into it to see what happens. So I don't know. I think there's arguments both ways about which one would be softer than the other one. The higher guarantee on Sunday would certainly mean that there's going to be more money to be won potentially. But I think that given my current status of what I play, it's like saying, well, geez, I don't think I want to play for $1 million because I can play for $3 million, next week. Well, yeah, the $3 million is better, but the $1 million is still life-changing. Is still life-changing money, right? So, I'm still talking about bankroll changing money either way. We're obviously not talking about life-changing money here, but we're bankroll changing money either way, right? So if this folds back around to me here with my 8s, I'm probably calling this off. It's not that different of a spot actually from the black hole yesterday where I called off with 4s against. The difference is this is a smaller shove and I have a bigger hand. So I frankly think that is what puts this one over the top, whereas yesterday should have been a fold, whereas today I think is a call off here. With the extra call in there, I probably still have to see a flop. I mean, I would have. Do I want to reshove here? That seems pretty wide with 8s at this point. So I think just call off, see what we get on the flop. I just tried to click my OBS window. I just tried to click call on my OBS window. Didn't work very well, guys. I mean, I think I check call off here pretty much all the time. If he has a 10, he just has a 10. Or if he has an overpair, he just has an overpair. He just has a 10. Fuck. That's why you don't check back to flop. That's why you don't check back to flop. I get him off the hand. I mean, I don't think he calls me if I bet that flop. Which I should have done. He probably does call me if I reshove pre, but once the flop comes and I bet, I don't know. Well, he might still. I don't know. It's hard to say. Alrighty, I assume that means that I cannot back out now, Addy, is what you're telling me. Yeah. Crazy, man. Crazy. I was just watching Addie's post. That's crazy, man. Kind of cool with me in the background too. That's talking about Canadian weather in the background of your tweet there. That's cute. I like that. So we are 6 away from the money in the vets. Free roll. Alrighty, we're all in with 5s here. And I'm actually all in with 9s in the dark matter as well. So we're all in on a couple of tables. Not looking good for us on the singularity. Not looking good at all for us on the singularity. Not looking good at all for us. Yeah, we busted out of the dark matter as well, so that one's done. And looks like the singularity's done for us as well. So that's not been a great day for us so far in those regards. That puts us back in the black hole there. Let's fire up the dwarf star at least. Might be some other stuff we can jump into as well. It's an interesting spot in the black hole there. I think second pair, I've definitely got to stick around. It's funny how my game has evolved, though, as well, because there was a time when I'd be like, oh, I hit second pair with a crappy kicker. Somebody must have the ace. There's no way I could be good here. I just have to fold out of this hand. I mean, I think in this case, I'm probably losing anyways, because anything that he hit on the flop, he's got me beat with. Can I convince myself that he's done this with a pair smaller than queens? In the black hole, I can convince myself of anything. He's done it with the 10. Black hole nano, I can convince myself of almost anything when it comes to hands like that. It's not the best board in the world for a C-bet, I don't think, but I still think it's worth putting one out. I think that king is better for us, and I think we get folds relatively often here now. We don't there, but I think we do on a river here. Enough that we need to make it, our third barrel. I'm pretty sure ace high was not good there, so I'm pretty sure that was 100% a bluff that got through, but Not that often that I three barrel. It's not that often that I three barrel. Teeter. Yeah, I just noticed that. I actually didn't notice that before. Teeter. Teeter is the new dating app for people with a cow udder fetish, I guess. Sorry, I have no idea where that came from. That just bubbled up out of my head. I have no idea where that came from. I apologize for that. Get rid of the four deuce. Cool, cool. Welcome, Cleeds. Good to see you, buddy. Good to see you. Be gentle on me. Yes, I agree. One entry is always best. Well, I mean, I do fire. Like, there are tournaments, the Titan, for instance, I'm pretty happy these days to go in and fire 3 or 4 bullets into the Titan because I know that I'm going to be able to cash that fairly frequently on one of those stacks. And firing a few 10-cent bullets isn't a huge impact on my own bankroll, even if I bust them all. Start doing that in 50-cent games, and it starts to become a more significant impact on the bankroll. I got a pretty big hand here, Cleeds. Yeah, that's a good name, Moist Flops. Got a pretty big hand here. We'll check call here and reassess on the river. I mean, it seems pretty likely that he's going to have a 10 here a lot. Sometimes he's going to be on an ace-6 here. Occasionally an ace-deuce. But either way, he's probably got me beat no matter what he's on, because he's probably not just floating me on the flop with a hand similar to what I have. I wouldn't think. He could be three-barreling me with something like an ace-queen or ace-jack, but I just don't think it's going to happen that often, so even in the black hole. I suppose it wouldn't be three-barreling because I bet the flop, but two-barreling me after I slowed down on the turn. We're on the bubble in the DeWitt's free roll. 1 to go to the money. I just folded ace 10 in under the gun plus 1, ace 10 suited because bubble. And because I'm got a very short stack and people would call me and I would have to battle with ace 10, which is not a good spot to be in. I can almost certainly fold and get into the money and then try to grab a stack after that. So this is the DeWitt's free roll, or cent roll, I suppose it is. So we are out of the singularity. We are out of the dark matter. Boo and boo. But poker, it's life. Let's zero there. Deep impact, we out of long ago. Singularity, we're done. So we are still on the bubble of the DeWitt's. And we are probably going to be all in the small blind if we don't do something before then. But that gives us 2 hands to burst this bubble. So I think we got a good chance of doing that. And I think that's going to be our strategy. I think Dara would approve, although he might think I was being too nitty by just folding here and not really even considering playing a hand. But I think given my stack size, it's not like I have any fold equity here, so it's not like if I try to shove, I'm going to actually have a hope of people folding on me. I'm basically getting calls with any 2, I think, at this point. So, yeah, I think if the bubble bursts here, then I am shoving any 2 cards in the big blind. And if the bubble doesn't burst, then I'm folding any 2 cards in the big blind. Because I think I can guarantee myself that 41 cents by doing that sort of a strategy. And of course, it has to be 4s. Oh, we are in the money, so I am shoving my 4s. I am shoving my 4s here, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting our money in. Not even 2 big blinds. We are calling off Marinetsu, who is a very familiar player. He hangs out in Ian's stream, actually. I think there's a chatter in Ian's stream called Marinetsu, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, we're calling off with our 4s. We're behind kings, of course, because, that's just the way it goes. But we did actually turn a pretty decent draw. Didn't get there in the end, so we're done for 41 cents in the DeWitt's free roll, or DeWitt's cent roll. Decent little profit there. 41,000% profit. No, 41 cents, 41%, or for the 41 times, so 4,100% profit. There we go. There we go. I knew I'd get there eventually. I knew I'd get there eventually, so 0.41, put that in the bankroll tracker. Yes, I believe Addy YPC is Adrian Long. That's been my assumption. At least that's who I've been interacting with, as Addy on Twitter. We get to walk. We get to walk. Got a Dwarf Star starting up soon. I might I'll look for something else. I'll look for some other stuff to kick off as well. We might late reg the Abyss, actually. Or the Abyss or the Odyssey. We cast the Abyss yesterday, so I might have a look at that. So that's the Black Hole Nano, the Abyss Nano. That's the real Abyss. That's... Yeah, like the Abyss was one of the ones I was looking at for my 25 ticket as well. But it's a re-entry, so it seems to me like it's probably not the best move for a guy with only one ticket and not really enough euros to want to fire again into 25 euro buy-ins. So I was looking at it though. Let's jump in the Abyss Nano. Six. Abyss. And the Dwarf Star will get underway here very shortly as well. We're going to also have the Dwarf Star kicking off here shortly, so let's get that title set up as well. There we go. We are set to roll with the Abyss Nano. And I just put in a raise under the gun with my deuces, my ducks. My ducks. Let's let the ducks get there. I feel like we're going to flop a set of ducks here, folks. I feel like we're going to flop a set of ducks. We flopped a set of ducks, people. I thought we were going to flop a set of ducks, and sure enough, we flopped a set of ducks. Dwarf Star just kicked off as well. We'll go have a quick look at that. So Dwarf Star just kicked off as well. Let's go back to our set of ducks. So this flush comes in, same card that gives us our full house. Ducks full of tens. And I think we will just call behind with our ducks full of tens. I suppose that makes sense. And I mean, we're just calling off here with our ducks full of tens, I guess, because, you know, that's what you're going to do. We get a nice big double up in the black hole. Yeah, I must admit, I still don't have a firm grasp in my head about the difference in playing strategy between a re-entry and a rebuy tournament. And I'm also not sure about the strategy involved with, yeah, I just don't know whether, I should be, I guess in a re-entry, I shouldn't be playing it as though I'm willing to fire a bunch of bullets. I should be playing it like a freeze out. It is tough. I found with the new payouts, the min caching, even in the nanos now. Min caching in the nanos used to be a fairly significant deal. It's not really anymore, and I think that's the result of the new payout structures. Yeah, 30 plus buy-ins is good. Is a good deal for a win, I think. Grabbed an ace king in the abyss, so we're going to be playing that one. My gosh, this looks like a great place to be like an idiot shover, frankly. Somehow we actually managed to hold there, folks, with our best hand. Astonishing. Astonishing. Nice big triple up for us there almost. Puts us in pretty good chip position. Absolutely gotta be happy when your ducks do the work for you. That is a happy day, folks. I mean, it's always a good feeling to win a hand at a poker table. Winning a hand with ducks just feels just that much better, I think. Turning ducks into a full boat is just, quads maybe is the only thing that's a little bit better. But, yeah. Deuces never loses. Mustafa Kanat is the boss. He is one of the more fun live tournament players to watch, I think. I don't know if you guys watched any of the PCA coverage this past January, but watching Mustafa Kanat and Paul Pierce together on the same table, I think his name's Paul Pierce. He's a sports guy, football player or something. I'm not a big sports guy, but I knew he was a sports star of some sort. But watching the two of them interact together was a blast on the PCA feature table, I think. It was definitely a highlight. Mustafa Khan is fun to watch. He's a good player too. Yeah, if there's an add-on, I always take the add-on. I think that's always going to be I think it's always minus EV not to take an add-on if it's available. Um, but yeah, yeah. So I guess in the re-entries, I just need to be less willing to multiple fire, and I should probably pay more attention to what is what as well, because I don't always pay attention to that. Yeah, that makes really good sense, Ant Man. Slightly lower EV, late regging, um, and at the same time, you have to take into account that it's an extra buy-in as well. So you're definitely minus EV. Not only are you late regging, but you're essentially late regging for twice the buy-in because you've already thrown one buy-in away, so to speak. Um, so yeah, it's almost certainly minus EV, I guess, from that perspective. Yeah, kind of an astonishing hold with Ace King, to be honest. When I saw the hands that were up there, I'm like, there's no way that we hold here. But sure enough, we held. Um, it's pretty unusual when you hold in a spot like that. I find on in the Unibet Nanos. All right, we got more commercials coming up shortly. Another break. Let me get that queued up for y'all. For the record, y'all isn't really an Alberta or Canadian thing. It very much is a Texan, southern U.S. thing. I actually picked it up because I was in the oil industry for a bunch of years in my career, but before I did the military thing. And I spent a lot of time working places like Houston and Louisiana, and working with people from those sorts of places. So the y'all just kind of worked into my vocabulary while I was working with those people, and it's just kind of stuck. So I'm one of the rare Canadians that actually will use y'all from time to time. Paul Pierce was an NBA star, right? I wasn't sure. I thought he was NBA, but then I remember thinking he seemed big, like not tall, but big for an NBA player, if that makes sense. NBA guys are usually really tall and spindly. I find they're not usually as bulky as Pierce. That's why I thought he might have been a football player, actually. Once I started talking about it, I'm like, was he really a basketball player? I think that's what he was, but he actually looks like he could have been a football player, to be honest, as well. I do think Paul Pierce needs to learn a little bit about poker etiquette. The hand where he was all in with his queens against Mustafa Khan's kings, he was completely out of line with the way he was acting while the hand was ongoing. But he's also an amateur and doesn't really understand the etiquette, I don't think. So I don't think it was an intentional thing. I think it was just him being super excited about being an amateur in the hand with having flopped a set. Yeah, I've noticed that the tournament descriptions on Unibet are not entirely accurate at all times. Given that the Comet still shows as a 50-cent buy-in tournament in the description, even though it costs you 65 cents to enter. Alrighty, it is break time, so we're going to go off to another set of toy commercials from Batteries Not Included.
Oh, Chatty Cathy, oh, Mattel's famous talking doll. We pull the rings, and you say 11 different things. Let's play house. Please change my dress. We can change your dresses now, goodness knows. Now you've got a wardrobe full of pretty clothes. For nursery school, you're crisp and cool. For summer, there's a playtime set. In winter, brr, your collar's fur. In a coat as cute as you can get. I love you. You love your mamas, and they love you sleepy time pajamas.
Just pull the ring. You never know what she'll say next.
Tell me a story. The only story now left to tell is a Chatty Cathy's made by Mattel.
You'll find Chatty Cathy and her costume sets wherever toys are sold.
You can tell it's Mattel, it's swell.
Here come the Gung-Ho Commandos, best equipped boys in the field. All the equipment you need for fun and excitement in the Gung-Ho Commando outfit by Marks. Just look at all the things you get. There's a battle map and direction-finding compass, a cat-shooting automatic with gun belt and holster, a helmet, a canteen, complete mess kit, and poncho. You get a cat-firing Gung-Ho hand grenade. And look here, this flashing battery-powered machine gun with moving ammo belt shoots rapid-fire bullets. There's a real-looking walkie-talkie, too, and a field pack. You get non-com stripes, medals and battle ribbons, even dog tags. It's all for fun and excitement.
Gung-Ho!
Get the outfit with all the equipment you need. The Gung-Ho Commando outfit.
Gung-Ho!
By Marks.
He's here! My mystery date!
Mystery date. Are you ready for your mystery date? Don't be late. It could be great. Open the door for your mystery date.
It's Mystery Date, the thrilling new Milton Bradley game of romance and mystery that's just for you. And you. And you. And you. Mystery Date. Will you be ready for swimming? Or a dance? When you open the door, will your mystery date be a dream? Or a dud? Fun and surprises. That's Mystery Date. Remember, Milton Bradley makes the best games in the world. So, girls,
open the door for your mystery date.
Get Mystery Date.
Thunderstreak, Thunderstreak, Thunderstreak. The new super speed hydrofoil with 5-position hydro fins you set for action. Rev up high-powered prop. Position rudder. Check your course. Thunderstreak speeds across water. For submarine action, it crash dives underwater. Thunderstreak propels itself on maneuvers. You can make it turn, make it roll, or bank. Then, Thunderstreak rises, surfaces, and speeds away. Take Thunderstreak on snow patrol. It even skates over ice. Thunderstreak goes anywhere, so snap on Land Cruiser wheels and race with Thunderstreak on land, on ice, underwater, overwater. Thunderstreak, there's nothing in the world like Thunderstreak, made only by Ideal.
Hey, it's Hasbro. Hasbro makes toys. What's new, Hasbro?
Mr. and Mrs. Potato Head with their own cars and trailers. That's what's new. See, Mr. Potato Head has a car and boat trailer. And there's a car and shopping trailer for his wife, Mrs. Potato Head. It's such fun to do and so easy. Like this. Take any fruit or vegetable. Just stick in eyes, then ears, and then the mouth. You can make the funniest looking people in the whole world. Potato Head people look different every time you make them. Mr. and Mrs. Potato Head with cars and trailers come in $1 and $2 sizes.
What else is new, Hasbro?
A vanity case with toy cosmetics and beautiful accessories and real-looking doctor and nurse kits.
Hasbro makes great toys. It's fun to play with Hasbro.
We are back. Been back for a little bit. You guys haven't missed a whole lot of action. I didn't want to cut into that lovely Mr. Potato Head commercial there at the end, though, because I don't know, the concept of selling bits of plastic that you can stick into potatoes as a toy is just genius as far as I'm concerned, because it's like you're not even selling the toy. You're like selling accessories, and then you're expecting the kid to play with food. Essentially, it's just a genius. It's just a genius idea, and it's one of those things that you would, if somebody had come up with the idea in fiction, you would think it was too absurd to even be believable. But there was a huge Mr. Potato Head craze at one point in time. So yeah, that was a thing that happened. We got a pair of ducks again. Same table, same stuff. So I think we're gonna flop another set of ducks here, ladies and gentlemen. Our ducks are really working for us today. Our ducks are really doing the job. Our ducks are quacking like crazy. We are potentially in a rough shape against hands like ace-3 at this point, or any ace when a 3 comes in the turn of the river, but we got a set of ducks. How can we lose? How can we possibly lose with a set of ducks, folks? I'm actually gonna put out a slightly bigger bet here, 3/4 pot instead of half pot. And I mean, I think we're calling this off 1,000% of the time. As we hit our full house once again. Ducks full of 4s. So that's ducks turn into boat twice, ladies and gentlemen. How often do you see a duck turn into a boat? I mean, that's a pretty rare occurrence, right? When ducks turn into boats. We've seen it twice today. We've seen it twice. Oh yes, it was actually a potato. You didn't actually get the potato with the kit though. That's the genius part of the Mr. Potato Head toy, is you didn't actually get the potato. You didn't actually get the toy when you bought the Mr. Potato Head. You got all the bits. And then you had to go get a potato for mom to put the bits into. So you didn't actually even get the toy when you bought a Mr. Potato Head. You didn't even get the potato head. That was the thing. You got the, you didn't get the Mister. You didn't get the potato head. You got the bits that went onto the potato head. And initially, I mean, later on, they came out with a plastic toy potato that they would send out as part of the kit. That was like the sort of 70s, 80s version of the Mr. Potato Head. But the original Mr. Potato Head concept was, we're going to give you all these little plastic bits. You go find a potato and stick them onto the stick them onto the potato. Which I think is just a genius concept. For, I think it's just a genius concept that somebody came up with. I wish I had been that person. Exactly. You're selling the idea of a toy. You're selling the idea. You're selling. I mean, it's a very creative thing as well. It was kind of a creative idea, but yeah, it was pretty weird. Oh yeah, by the way, we're second of 20 in the Abyss Nano now with a massive stack of almost 40,000 chips after after our ducks turned into boats twice. The Ducks are where it's at today, folks. The Ducks are where it's at. I think we're going anywhere with top pair. Ugh. So he overshoves. Blind on blind. Guess he has a king a lot of the time here. It's a weird dynamic there. I mean, maybe he has a better 10. Maybe he has king 10. Doesn't seem like I'm going to be good there very often with a 10. I don't know. It's still top pair from the flop, so I mean it's probably a bit of a nitty fold, but the suited ace is definitely a raise here. Yeah, I gathered the original concept. You guys talking about Mrs. Cabbage Head and Mr. Carrot Head and Mr. Parsnip. I guess the original concept was Mr. Tomato Head, but all the bleeding was just really, really, really disturbing for kids, I guess. So, you know, what are you going to do? I'm assuming the origin of Ant-Man, of your name Ant-Man, is from the comic book hero Ant-Man, I'm guessing. I don't know a ton about that particular comic hero. I didn't read much of that comic when I was, or ever have I. But I do know the character. So we got a good chance to take some moolah from the Abyss Nano here, folks, potentially. I mean, we're still quite a ways, still quite a ways to go, but we do have a chance here. We do have a chance. I think we're still late registering in this one as well, because I think it just started at, well, we might be. It started at 1, so we might be close to end of late. Oh, yeah, registration is closed on this one, so, and yeah, late registration is closed as well, so we are playing down to the money now in the Abyss. Black hole is still open. I think. Yeah, the black hole is still open for another hour. Yeah, I don't think the H3 will be or the 8-3 will be a call off here. Oh, we flopped another set on the Dwarf Star this time. Set of 9s. Let's go over and have a look at that one. We're flopping sets like crazy today. Gotta like that. I should probably play an ace jack, but you know, to a 4x under the gun raise, I'm just gonna say, dealer, take my cards away, please. Dealer, just take my cards away. Nothing to do with the comic book, Elron. Okay. I'm apparently completely wrong in that respect. Just put in a raise from the button with King 9 on the Abyss table. Flop top pair. C-bet. Take that one down. Put in a raise under the gun with 8s on the Dwarf Star Nano table. Going to C-bet that as well, the overpair. I just raised again on the Abyss Nano with Ace 10 from, obviously, the cutoff this time. So we're still going to be better than any of his hands that hit the flop, and including his draws that he was potentially calling with, except for straight draws, but those were pretty unlikely. Took it down on the Abyss, so we got 41,000 chips over on the Abyss now, 41,299 for the second highest stack. 61 is the biggest stack. But we have got a very comfortable chip stack over there. This is a rather strange hand happening. I think we're all playing the board at this point, to be honest. Because nobody's been willing to bet anything. It's almost like nobody has a spade at all. That really feels like a bluff, but I guess if you've got something like the Queen of Spades, you probably haven't bet to this point. I mean, I obviously can't call with just a king and no spade, but it does feel like he's maybe trying to steal the pot there. Yeah, okay. I guess you're right. I'm too nitty. I don't know. I just felt like the 4X bet under the gun was going to have my ace jack in pretty bad shape a lot of the time. That was sort of why I didn't want to get involved there. But I do sort of get the argument that it's quite deep, so it might be worth seeing what happens. But I just think that I get into a lot of trouble in spots like that when I hit my ace because I'm going to be against bigger aces at least a good chunk of the time, I think. So we got 7 to go until the money in the abyss. I am third of 13 at the moment still. 6 people getting paid there. Righty. We got some chances to make some money here. At 24.65 in the black hole right now. Still register late registration for an hour in that, so there's lots of time. 3 of 13 with 6 getting paid in the abyss. Nano. And 20 of 45 in the dwarf star nano bounty now, which is just recently started. No booties there yet, but we're hoping for some. We're hoping for one soon. Like I said before, I don't really actually play bounties, focusing much on the bounties, to be honest. I tend to play more like free zones, more like free zone events. And if I happen to collect a bounty along the way, great. I'm happy about it, but it's not really what I'm after. It's not really what I'm shooting for. It's not really my plan. Currently, our layout is as such with the Black Hole Nano, Abyss Nano, and Dwarf Star Bounty Nano. So 3 games going at the moment. We got the Titan Nano started up about 25 minutes ago, so we might jump. We might late rich into that one a little bit later, since we've got an open spot. Just saw somebody else take down a pot with ducks on the Dwarf Star Bounty table. So ducks are, and actually I'm pretty sure it was. Yeah, ducks full of 9s. It was ducks turning into a boat. It was ducks turning into a boat. So ducks, basically, we're gonna if we play ducks today, we're gonna get a boat. That's the we have a sample size of 3 now, so that's plenty to make predictions off of, right? We've seen three ducks hands and 3 ducks hands turned into full boats. So you know, I think that's all we need, right? No, Darth Vapor's Enviro suit is running out of power. I just did the classic I have an ace move on the flop, and I was not believed. It was limped around to me. I let out, and so I let out on the flop when the flop came ace high. So the Abyss is where our money is right now, so we'll focus on that one for the most part, I think. Yeah, I mean, and that's the weird part with me as well. Before I came to play at Unibat, I despised bounty tournaments. I really did. I did not enjoy. I've not enjoyed playing bounty tournaments at any other site that I played at. And I was really hesitant to play the bounty tournaments here. I would go in and I'd look at them and I go, it's a bounty. I don't want to play bounties. Bounties suck. I don't like bounties. And I don't know why. I just started. I think it was the Dwarf Star Bounty Nano that I first started deciding that, you know, why not give it a shot? Why not, you know, it's just play it like a freeze out. You want to, you know, you like freeze outs. There's not that many freeze outs out, so let's, you know, throw yourself in another freeze out. Just treat it like a freeze out. And I really decided I liked them. I like the structures of them. I think the structure is nice and slow for which is right for my tastes and my style. Oh, sorry to hear that, Ant-Man. Sorry to hear that. I guess it's just a stream thing. If I was streaming your table, it would have worked out, I'm sure. You know, that seems to be. Although I wasn't actually streaming on the. Or maybe I was actually streaming when it came up on the Dwarf Star. I'm not sure, but either way, it was definitely on a table that is potentially on the stream. Yeah. What, are you crazy? Folding ducks on a day like today? What, are you crazy? Well, we got ducks again. And we got a big stack raised into us. I feel like this is going to be the hand that we do not flop our set. I was correct. This is the hand that we do not flop our set. And I think we can probably get out of the way here. I don't think he always has an ace here. But I think he does enough of the time that it probably doesn't pay us off to call there. We're pretty much always set mining with those deuces anyways. So, although against this fellow, I'm going to have to bear in mind he's like pretty aggressive. With the big stack, so I'm going to have to bear that in mind for future. The deuces might well have been good there still. Just had my friend in chat tell me he doesn't have Netflix, and I'm like, how is that even possible in 2019 that you don't have Netflix? Alrighty, we got an interesting hand developing on the Dwarf Star, where I'm about to put in a 3-bet, blind on blind. I think I just check back at this point. And again, probably just check back at this point. He's either ahead of me or I'm still ahead of him, but I don't think I'm getting anything better to fold, and I don't think getting anything worse to call. He might have called. I don't think he calls a 7 deuce there, though. If I bet another time. Not with the ace and the king on the board. He knows that if I wasn't playing a pair, I'm going to have hit one of those two cards probably when I 3-bet him. Pre. I mean, I don't have to, obviously, but... Well, so just, let's just throw 32 big blinds out there for an open raise from the button. Why not? Oh, you gotta love this play. Gotta love this play. Down to 12 remaining in the. Yeah, it's pretty tough to call off your stack in that spot with deuces. I guess I can forgive you. We did have a situation here where our deuces did not actually turn into a boat, which is astonishing. Although I mean, I didn't actually, in fairness, I didn't see the turn on the river, so I might just have folded the boat, or I might just have folded the ducks too early in that hand. You know. It could have easily come deuce on the turn and then pair the board on the river. And we are suddenly sitting there with our ducks full of something. So yeah, so I was about to say there is 12 remaining in the Abyss Nano. Now I am third position, 6 people getting paid. So final table will not get paid. We need 3 people to bust. Awesome, Addy. Good job. Good job. Take that one down. Take that puppy down. Take that puppy down. Dark Matter's definitely one I'm thinking of playing full on Dark Matter one of these days. The €10 buy-in's a bit of a chunky buy-in for me, but it's doable. You know, I have €10. It is a large chunk of my bankroll. But, you know, it's doable. That is a very good point, Ant-Man. That is a very good point. When he calls my 3-bet with 7 deuce, he's probably going to call me down with just about anything that he hits at that point. So, in fact, I'm surprised it actually went check. I'm thinking he probably was planning to check raise me there if I had bet, because it doesn't really seem. Although maybe he's just thinking I've hit a pair, and if he's on any sort of a, you know. But with the ace and the king there, I just don't see anything that I might be floating with there has hit. So I don't know. So we went from top pair, crappy kicker, to top pair, crappy kicker, and the nut flush draw. So I think we're not going anywhere. And I think we're actually putting in the raise here to see if we can take it away right now. I mean, this may not be a spot where we necessarily should raise because we actually have the pair of aces. But I don't actually think my pair of aces is necessarily always good there because I think that there's better aces out there sometimes. So I'm not really thrilled unless I hit the club on the river there. That could be just me being super nitty, but yeah. I don't mind that pot ending on the turn there. I know I potentially might have lost some river value, but I don't think it's terrible that it ended on the river there. Starting to play more with those sorts of 8-9 suited hands, suited connectors from position more so than I used to as well, which is one of the things I've learned from watching people like Ian. So thank you, Ian, for sort of showing me more about how to play those marginal hands. Not really marginal, but you know, the speculative hands, I suppose you'd say, that you don't necessarily. I mean, I tended, if I was going to play those from position before, I tended to call and see what happened, which I understand now is not really the best way to do that because you're not giving yourself the most options to win the pot. You give yourself the most options to win the pot when you put the raise in pre-flop with something like that, both in terms of winning it then, but also in terms of representing your hand strength later on down the road and giving you more options for bluffing when you don't actually hit the flop, I think. So, yeah, so those sorts of hands are, I think, a big part of the reason. The fact that I'm actually playing those more aggressively is, I think, a big part of the reason that my results are better, I think. I think it's also going to lead me into trouble sometimes as well, and it does. So I think I'm busting more often pre-money now because I'm being more aggressive, but I think it pays off with bigger payouts at the end of the day, I think. Oh, that sucks, Addy. Sorry. just shoved a lot of big blinds, almost 100 big blinds, over a 5 big blind open. And we were right. We were very much right in the Black Hole Nano. Didn't get over there soon enough to actually pick it up. But that gives us another almost complete stack in the Black Hole Nano. So, this is the hand that just went down in the Black Hole Nano. We were on the big blind, and we got dealt Ace Queen. So we liked that a lot. We got the 2.5x raise from SSJ there. He's only got 20 some odd big blinds there, so he's not actually in super great shape. And it folds around to us, so I figure I may as well throw in. I thought it was 100, but it's more like 50. But I thought I'd throw in the 50 big blind shove here. I'd probably get him off. Turns out he wasn't interested in folding, and he calls off here with Ace Jack. And shockingly, we actually get there and hold. So picked up a nice stack. He immediately bought back in again. He's a familiar face to us. We've been playing against him a fair bit over the last little while. So yeah, just thought I'd show you that. Just thought I'd show you that nice little bink up in the Black Hole Nano. We've got a 10 remaining now, so 4 left to go until the money in the Abyss, and we are on the final table bubble in the Abyss Nano. This final table doesn't really mean anything in this game because we're still 3 away from the money when we get to the final table, but final table's final table, right? Final table is final table. It turns what used to be a multi-table tournament into essentially a sit-and-go, where people start with different size chip stacks. Well, it's not really a sit-and-go, but, you know, it's close. Yeah, absolutely. The wins make a big difference. And, you know, if I'm happier... I used to be the kind of person that wanted to maximize my ITM rate so that I was cashing in as many tournaments as possible that I played in. And while I still think, I still obviously think you want to cash in as many tournaments as possible, my focus has now changed to being less concerned about whether or not I min cash this tournament and more concerned about whether or not I can potentially make a deep run in this tournament. So, yeah, my focus has changed. And I do think that has affected my results to a certain extent. Because I think that with my strategy of just kind of shutting down around the bubble back the way I used to do when I first started playing on Unibet, what that meant was that I was min cashing an astonishing number of events, but I was only min cashing an astonishing number of events. Now I'm not cashing nearly as many events, but I'm not min cashing nearly as many of events either. I'm actually cashing them when I cash them a lot of times. So that's quite a big difference, I think. Yeah, it's likewise with me. I keep saying, and it continues to be true, that I need to get a copy of Dara's book to be sure that I'm doing things exactly correctly. Pretty sure, based on the way Ian was running through maths yesterday, that I'm not really going to be doing the math in real time very often for these situations. So it's still going to be mostly a feel type spot, I think, for me. But yeah, basically, I probably lean a little bit too much towards the I'd rather ladder here than put my chips at risk strategy, but I think it serves me pretty well especially in these lower buy-in Unibet events. It serves me pretty well to have that sort of strategy, I think. Yeah, very nice hole. And once again, a little astonishing that we, that we didn't lose to the dominated hand, but sometimes it happens. Thank you, Ant-Man. It did seem like the right thing to do. I admittedly had the blinds wrong in that hand, though, because I thought we were 100, 200, not 200, 400. So I actually had our stacks. Our stacks were half what I thought they were. And his raise, I thought his raise was bigger than it was. I mean, I knew it was 1,000, but I thought 1,000 was 5 big blinds, not 2.5 big blinds. So it was a bit of a, misclick on that hand. But actually, I don't think any of my misinterpretations on the stack sizes there made any difference into how I was going to play the hand anyway. So I think they worked out to be exactly the same. Nice, picked up. We're flopping boats like crazy. We're hitting boats like crazy in these tournaments. This one's on the Dwarf Star, but pretty nice when you just flop it, right? Bogdan likes to play with us a lot, so I've no surprise. Bogdan's our 7-deuce friend. That's not really a card I love to see, frankly. I don't think he has a queen, but I may just be done. We end up having to split. I mean, that queen is just the grossest fucking card in the deck, right? Bogdan's a familiar player as well. He plays these nanos with us quite a bit. And we're going to be able to get some significant chips out of him. We've already seen him calling us down pretty light in a lot of spots. So we're going to be able to get... cool. That's always good to know. That's always good to know because, yeah, the maths... I mean, it seems like Ian was having a lot of trouble with the maths yesterday, and I don't necessarily think in real time I'm that great at the maths. And I am more of a... I do the poker maths in much the same way a hockey player does the physics of passing the puck, right? I mean, there's a crap load of physics involved in estimating the speed of your teammate, estimating where your opponents are, their direction and speed, estimating the force needed to apply to your stick to get the pass, estimating the amount of lift you might need on the puck to get it over any opposing player's sticks. Estimating all of that in real time in a fraction of a second as you send a pass across the slot to your teammate who's teeing up a slap shot to score a goal. There's a crap load of physics involved in that, but no hockey player is actually doing those physics when they do it. They've got all of those sorts of things internalized in their brains. and their bodies just go ahead and do it because of practice and because of having been in those situations before and knowing what needs to be done. My poker is much the same way for me. I don't necessarily do the math in my head while we're playing, but what I do is I've been in enough of the situations that I sort of feel how hard I have to make the pass. I feel, so I sort of know those things without actually doing the math, if that makes sense. Yeah, I shouldn't have. I checked the turn there because I wanted him to bet into me so I could check raise him. And I thought he was going to, given what we've done in the past, but I actually needed to pay more attention because he was the one that was just willing to call me down. He wasn't actually putting money in the pot. So yeah, I needed to pay more attention to that. I should have absolutely put in the bet on the turn there. But no, my thought was that I was hoping he would put money in. But I get that that was a completely incorrect thing to do. Yeah, no, I absolutely do need to bet there. You're right, and I should have. Like I said, it was a miscalculation. I was trying to get him to bet into me. Yeah, I was trying to get him to bet into me, and it was not the best. It was not the best thought process for me. I don't think in that spot with him, because he's the kind of guy that's going to call my bets, but he's not going to put money in the pot himself a lot. It seems like. So we're down to the stone bubble. In the abyss nano, we've hit the final table. I am 3 of 7 at the moment, so let's actually head back over there and watch the bubble play. Got a pair of queens in the lady kings in the black hole nano that I just put in a raise blind and blind. Took that down. We're going to fold our 7 deuce here. I mean, clearly it looks like GCD up here is going to be the next person out, but they could double up as well. 128 min cash here with 854 up top. I think we're going to save our chips on this one. Queen 10's obviously a reasonably strong hand, and we could certainly play it from the small blind. But we are out of position, and being not suited, I'm just inclined to get out of the way there. Yeah, again, I probably should have. I think I'm being. I don't know what's happened. I've turned a little passive in the last few minutes, and I'm not sure why. put in a raise from the cutoff with ace 5 suited in the black hole. Took that one down. Still on the bubble in the abyss. Yeah, I do think suddenly I seem to have gone a little passive. Oh, 5s doubles up. Small stack doubles. So we're still on the bubble in the abyss. King 10. Got a better position this time than I did with my Queen 10. King's a slightly better card as well, so although there's fewer straights we can get with this one, it's not a, I think it's a terrible one. We've seen this player jig 12 be fairly aggressive with not a lot of reason to be so aggressive. So there's somebody we're going to have to keep an eye on, and potentially we can take some chips off of them, but we're going to have to be pretty careful as well. We haven't seen a lot of their hands, so we don't actually know what they're doing it with in most cases. Alrighty, we got another break coming up here, so I'm going to send you off to a few more toy commercials, and we'll be right back after these short messages.
Your patrol is in position. You're in a tough spot. But you have the amazing new multi-pistol 09 fire grenade that bursts, aim through telescopic sight, fire bomb that blasts. And if you're trapped, surprise, out comes your secret derringer. You have done it with multi-pistol 09, the only pistol that gives you all this. Exploding grenade, cap-loaded bomb, fires short-range bullets, fires long-range bullets, message missile, anti-armor rocket, and the secret derringer cap pistol. There's never been anything like it before. For action, excitement, firepower, get it all in this rugged carrying case. Get multi-pistol 09, multi-pistol 09, multi-pistol 09.
A crime has been committed. These detectives have been assigned to the case. Their job, round up the suspects. And that's what you try to do when you play Mattel's new lie detector game. The exciting new game of scientific crime detection. It could be any one of 24 suspects. Question each one. Is he telling the truth? The lie detector says no. Now check the racketeer.
I think it was a guy with a big jaw.
Now you have one clue. Next, try the school teacher.
I saw him. I'm sure he had a mustache.
True again. Now you know the criminal had a big jaw and a mustache. By eliminating the other suspects, you're ready to make an arrest. And there he is, the playboy. With skill and the lie detector, you become chief of detectives. Mattel's lie detector game is real fun. Get it wherever toys are sold. Remember, you can tell it's Mattel. It's swell.
Here's the thing.
Hair that grows, hair that goes to here, to there, to anywhere you like. It goes.
Here's new Velvet. Her hair grows, just like her cousin, Beautiful Chrissy. You can make velvet's hair short or make it grow.
Hair that grows, hair that goes to here, to there. It grows.
Beautiful Chrissy and new velvet.
You are witnessing one of the most exciting inventions of a lifetime. Jimmy Jet, the amazing new toy that puts you in the pilot seat. The throttle makes Jimmy Jet slow down or speed up. Jimmy Jet, with the exciting moving picture screen, makes you feel you can fly, fly, fly. Jimmy Jet, sold at food markets only.
It's the Action Kids. What in the world are they up to now?
Let's get right down to business.
Business? What business?
Fun business!
The Fun Pack Carry-All Action Playset by Marx. Look, this opens up the wild action world of Fort Apache. With Indians, cavalrymen, shell-shooting cannons. And here are the Fighting Knights, with a real drawbridge, knights, Vikings, and rock-throwing catapults. Here's the boot camp, with 10 Jeep bullet-shooting machine guns and 80 soldiers. Or land a helicopter at Cape Kennedy. Fire the rockets, back the space missile into the launching pad, and start the countdown. It's off into space. Zoom! Get Fort Apache. Get the Fighting Knights. Get the boot camp. Get Cape Kennedy. Get all four. And carry your own world of action wherever you go. The Rugged Steel Carry-All Action Playsets by Marx.
Hey, Tommy, what's going on? I'm trying out my new Dick Tracy Power Jet gun. It's made by Mattel. Fires gritty perforated roll caps. They go in here, see? That's not all. It shoots water, too. Water? Shoots about 30 feet. Single shots are rapid fire. You can fire about 30 times before reloading. Yeah, but Tommy, see, here's where you put the water in. See that target over there? Hey, Tommy, let me tell you. It's the first gun ever that shoots caps and water, too. Or if you want, it shoots just caps or just water. I know. You know. I got one yesterday. Why didn't you tell me? What? And run the commercial?
Get Mattel's new Dick Tracy Power Jet Gun, complete with target wherever toys are sold.
You can tell it's Mattel. It's where?
We're back. Still on the bubble of the abyss. Probably can't call off here with a queen deuce. So I'm still 4 of 7 in the abyss. I'm just barely ahead of 5th place. It's definitely bubble play time, though. We're going to have like, I mean, we got like 15, 16 big blinds, so we're not in super rough shape, but there are definitely stacks that have to play before us. One of them is already doubled up once, though, so we can't rely on them busting this time. And yeah, I think you're right, Addy. I think that did rattle me a little bit when I didn't play that hand quite properly. And then he was just, that queen was just basically able to suck out on us at the end. I mean, and there's, when I think back on that hand, it's actually pretty lucky that I'm even still in the tournament, because there's a lot of times there that I call off and he's just got a queen there, right? And I'm just dead. So yeah, I mean, it's a pretty gross spot. So I think I do just have to do it there, but I think that did rattle me a little bit. I don't think I can get involved with a queen 9 here, but it's an interesting min raise with such a small stack from the under the gun player there. Wow. Hey, welcome back, Mike. Welcome back, buddy. We are on the bubble. Oh, 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 was that ever a gross hand? Was that ever a gross hand? Oh, what a gross hand that was. I maybe should have just open shoved this sort of hand. I'm not super keen to do that on the bubble though, because I mean I know you're supposed to in many cases, but I also think in this spot it puts me at risk of bubbling way too often when I just open shove hands like this. So, I mean, I think he's just calling behind a lot here to take it away from me. But I also think he's going to have a king a reasonable amount of the time, and I haven't really hit that board. If there's more diamonds on that board or there's more straighty options for me, I might continue there. But that did kind of damage me a bit, put me down to 5th. I'm still fairly comfortably in 5th, and GCD still has to move before we do, but, well, and Ver does as well, I suppose, over there on the right, 16,000 stack. Put an uncharacteristically loose raise on the button, the Blackwell Nano. Normally raise something like a queen 8, but figured what the heck, it folded to me, may as well give it a try. Got relatively small stacks behind me that probably are going to be getting involved fairly loose. And I think now we can c-bet this and get a fold most of the time. I mean, there is when he calls here, he's going to have an ace and a king a lot, but he doesn't necessarily have to. He's going to have pairs as well and other sorts of hands in the big blind that he calls with, I think. So you need to put the c-bet in. Probably shut down if he calls, but when we take it down, we take it down. Was somewhat uncharacteristically wide of me, but it worked out okay for us there. Yeah, I mean, you're right. It is just a horrible cooler, but I mean, I think that's also why I need to throw it in on the turn. I need to be putting in as much money as I can, and not hoping that he's going to bet into me, because when he does have the queen, I'm taking. I mean, I'm getting him to put his stack in light when he has the queen. Now, obviously, he gets there in that spot, but you know, I actually want somebody with a bear queen to be coming along with me on that board. So yeah, I mean, it was a gross spot, but it's the way it goes. We're still on the hard bubble in the Abyss. Still got a player with like 4 big blinds, so. Oh, I think I flopped pretty well. We got quad nobblers here, folks. We got quad nobblers. I think I flopped pretty well here on the Dwarf Star. We got people betting into us as well. Let's try to get less value. I mean, we obviously want value, but... Ooh, I did not mean to call that. Shit. Whoa, it was a good call, though. Wow, I did not mean to call that. It was a complete misclick. Turned out that we split the pot, but that was a complete misclick. I did not mean to call that. I was going for the fold button, and I hit the wrong button. Wow, that was rather fortunate, unfortunate, and then fortunate. Nice one, Addie. Good job. Take her down. Take her down. Ah, we are in the money now in the Abyss, after one of the bigger stacks busted out. Laddered up to 5th place at least now. I am now 5 of 5 though, so we're gonna have to do something here pretty quick. We got a guaranteed 214 at least though, so that's nice. Quad nobblers, you betcha. You betcha. Fold that one. Yeah, I think you're right. I probably should have tried to get more value on the turn. I sort of wanted him to keep firing, but again, that's got to be one of my leaks. I would rather have the other person bet into my big hand rather than me betting my big hand. Guess I'm going to call off with the ace-8 here and just hope for the best. And the best does not work for us. We are done in the Abyss Nano for 214. Not a terrible result. Oh, and I'm facing a shove. I raised. I open raised my ace-queen suited. Call on a shove from the big blind. All right, we might be done the door star. Ah! How does it come on the river like that? Jesus. I mean, we made the right call, right? Or did we? Should I not be calling off my stack there with a hand like ace queen? I mean, it feels like it should have been the right call. And I mean, we're crushing him, and I think we're always going to be ahead of the range that sort of wants to. I mean, I guess. Well, no, I was going to say, I guess big hands like aces and kings might play, or ace king might play it the same way. But do they though? Don't they just call behind in the big blind there and then try to steal it on the flop? I don't know. It's weird. It feels like that was the right thing to do, but maybe it wasn't. I don't know. You guys let me know. You guys let me know if that was the right or the wrong thing to do. I mean, obviously in that particular spot, I had the best hand, but that doesn't necessarily mean it was the right thing to do. Too quick a bust outs. But that does put some money on the board for us at least. Down to just the black hole nano now. My plans for the UOS. I'm going to try to play as many UOS events as possible. If I can play a full slate of every nano event that's in there, I will do so. I doubt I'm going to have the bankroll to play every low or certainly not every high event, but I will also play qualifiers, try to get tickets to play some of the bigger ones as well. but I'm basically going to play as many as I can. I'd like to take a run at the Nano leaderboard, which I think I mean, I don't want to be super arrogant or anything, but I think I have a chance at the Nano leaderboard. I think I have a pretty good chance, frankly, at the Nano leaderboard stuff in the next UOS. So I want to take a shot at that. That looks so terrible. I'm just right there with the fist bump and everything, but yeah, you're right, Ant-Man. It is. I don't know. For some reason, I just prefer them. I don't know. I prefer calling their bets than putting my own money in for some reason, and I'm not sure why that is. And the weird thing is, I recognize it's probably a terrible strategy. So yeah, thanks. I thought so. At the end, I thought finally I have to do that there. I mean, I think Ace King, he probably plays the same way that he did there, but I think his aces and kings and things like that do not. Queens, I think he just calls behind and um, tries to take it from there because they're just too big to reshove and push people off with, I think. I think I might need to invest in a back scratcher for while I'm streaming here. Sometimes get itchy back. So looks like we got 26 people getting paid in the Black Hole Nano. 40 to go, or sorry, 42 to go until the Monday now. We are not in a cashing spot at the moment, but we still got a decent stack and we can get there. I think we might. Yeah, registration's actually closed finally. I've got a Hexapro ticket. Let's play our Hexapro ticket. I won a Hexapro ticket yesterday in Ian's one of Ian's games. The title's going to be wrong here because it still says Abyss, but come on, five, come on, five, come on, big five. We got a $5 prize here. Let us go. Let us go. Let us do this. Let us do this. Hexapro. Put in the bet with my queen 10 there. Get a shove. I think we call it off. Ace queen. Bad call. Oh well. It was fun while it lasted. It was fun while it lasted. Maybe we still have something of a stack, but oh, we get there. We get there for the double up to 20 chips. That's hilarious. Yeah, of course we're in with our ace 5. Yeah, that makes sense, Cleeds. That makes sense. This would be the most astonishing comeback. I think 10 chips is literally the least chips you could have in a Hexapro. Spade would be good for us. Queen would be good for us. Offsuit queen, offsuit queen, offsuit queen. Come on, offsuit queen. Oh, and he just gets there with the 8. Just gets there with the gut shot, right in our gut, right in our gut. No, we're not gonna play another one there. We just played that one because we had a ticket for it. I'd say that was fun, but I'd be lying if I said that was fun. So probably shouldn't have called off the queen 10 there, but seems like people shove pretty wide in those. It's a very, very, very turbo-y short stack kind of thing. And yeah, it's. I mean, I've got technically 25 big blinds there to start, so it is a pretty big shove and a pretty big call. It's three-handed queen 10 suited is a pretty big hand, I think, generally speaking. So yeah, I mean, I don't think he's got to be certainly as strong as ace queen there. I think I've got a reasonable chance of being in decent shape when I call off there. You guys let me know if it was wrong, but get rid of the 3-9 here, I think. Looks like they're 11 away from the money in the abyss. I just brought the table up. if I'm still streaming when you make the final table, we'll rail you, Addy. Final table is money in that one, so. Oh yeah, I guess somebody could bet all but one chip. And those, yeah. I was thinking it was increments of 10, but of course, it's only for the first bet that it needs to be an increment or 20 or 10, I guess. No, 20, I guess, in that spot. Yeah, makes sense. But yeah, no, 10 is still it wasn't very many chips. Wow, I just folded a flopped wheel here. God, I'm such a fucking terrible net. I'm such a terrible net. In the dark matter too, are you? Let's have a look at the dark matter as well then. Alrighty, we put here's the dark matter final table with Addy up there. I've also got the Abyss up monitoring that one, so if you guys make it to the final table there, we'll throw that one up too. Down to four-handed now in the dark matter, so Addy's leveled up. I think a Nova satellite's probably outside my bankroll. Addy, I'll just have a quick check, but I think it's probably too big for my... Yeah, 10. Oh, it's got enough players in it now anyways. It's got 6. It needs 5. So it's got enough in it now. I'm not going to put 10. Although, it's not a terrible... I mean, The Supernova would be a fun one to play sometime. Also, being a rebuy event is probably not the best plan for me. I had a $10 rebuy or €10 rebuy. Seems dangerous for me. I'm just going to step away to my kitchen and grab a drink. I'll be right back. Oh, I got a hand here. Putting in the bet here. Not going to wait for other people to bet. We're going to keep betting, but I think our best bet is to do a slight over bet with a shove. Oh. I mean, really? Guess I should have just gone to the kitchen and folded that hand. I guess I should have sat out and just folded that Queen 10 hand. Really, they just get there, 2 pair against us. I mean, really? Let's go watch Addy for a bit. I'm gonna run to the kitchen and grab a drink. Since I'm not actually playing poker anymore, we'll keep the action up on Addy for a bit. But yeah, that's a little frustrating when you're in there with the best hand and you're in there with the best queen against a dominated queen, and the dominated queen just flops 2 pair on you, right? I mean, once again, I think I'm playing that hand right. I think I got to get my money in there. I think I got to do it. And yes, I'm wearing my headset in my kitchen while I'm rinsing out my cup and pouring my water. I hope you guys don't mind. Just because I figure I need to talk through that hand anyways. Just because, I think I've got to play it that way. The ace is or the queen is, it's just dumb luck that he's there with Queen 6 and the Queen 6 comes up on the flop, right? So I think I sort of have to play it that way, and I think I'm just busting there, like all the time, because he sucks out. It is Queen 6, which unfortunately seems to happen a lot against us, and it's frustrating. I don't know how to avoid getting in those spots where they just suck out on us, because frankly, it's no plus EV for me to get in that slot and bust there. I've got lots of chips left. I can very easily play that stack farther and get a better spot to double myself up in. So, I don't know. It's tricky for me. I sort of get where the odds say that I'm a favorite to win a bunch of chips in that spot, so I need to keep playing it. But equally at the same time, I'm not playing the tournament anymore, which means I have no chance of cashing that tournament anymore, and all my chips are gone. So from that perspective, it strikes me that it was the wrong decision to make because I'm not playing the tournament anymore, and I've completely lost my chance to. Make any money in the tournament. So I don't know. I mean, that does seem to happen to us a lot, and it's one of those spots where I guess I just have to be happy going broke there, right? I guess I just have to be happy going broke there. Well, we are back now. I am not playing any poker, but we're going to watch Addy finish out this dark matter. At least a little bit of time anyways. And I am going to spark up a bit of a party favor. I'm not hearing any disagreement or seeing any disagreement in the chat with my analysis of me having to play it that way, but so it looks like Addy's the last place stack here, which means he's going to have to do something pretty quick to move in. Got more than 30 big blinds though, so it's not a terrible. He's not in a terrible spot. Yeah. Don't want me to watch you? Okay, we'll turn you off. I didn't think you'd mind. I usually double check with Piano Cat before I put her up just to make sure she doesn't mind, because I know sometimes she's a little shy about her play, but I didn't figure you would be terribly concerned about your play. I mean, it's a great run so far. Let's look at viewed tournaments here. There we go. Yeah, so he's guaranteed 89.71 already in the dark matter, which is a €10 buy-in. So I mean that's like almost a 9x return already. So it's pretty decent payout already there. I'm just doing some Twitter stuff in the background. It's a much smaller stack on the table now, so Addy's in third chip position. Nope, not anymore. Oh, yeah, sorry, never mind. I got confused. I looked back up at my TV, which is 3 minutes ago, when he was a bigger stack. Now he's a small stack. Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with folding. Nothing wrong with being a folder, man. That's you're going to win a lot of hands by folding. Looks like you're down to three-handed. Looks like you leveled up by folding there, buddy. So you made yourself some money by folding. So don't knock the folding, buddy. The folding's an integral part of poker. You got to be able to fold, man. You're not going to win. You're not going to win much poker if you can't fold. I mean, you're obviously not going to win much poker if all you ever do is fold. But folding. There's nothing wrong with folding. There is nothing wrong with folding, buddy. I think that puts you up over $100 guaranteed too, doesn't it? Let's have a quick look here. Yeah, 124 euros. You give her, Addy. Take her down. Take her down, buddy. $240 up top, so that'd be pretty nice. That'd be a pretty nice bank to the bankroll, eh? Got the nice little walk there on the big blind, Mr. Addy. That's always nice. This could be a big pot happening here. Got the ace on board. Addy likes it. Call behind. Checks the deuce turn. Is he trying to induce a bet, or is he just giving up on the pot? Feels like he's probably just given up on the pot at this point, but don't always know what's going on in his brain, so you never know. That's an interesting bet, a little bit more than pot. Feels pretty value-y, but that also makes it bluffy potentially as well, so... And I think given the way the action's gone, I think that there's a bluff. There's not a lot of bluff cards or bluff hands necessarily that he calls with on the flop there that yeah, that don't get there by the river. So yeah, that makes sense, I guess. Sorry, I'm just reading a tweet that I just noticed. It's a conversation between a roomie and apparently a poker player watching a TV show. Roomie, why do you keep watching then? Me, I'm pot committed at this point. Roomie, I've never done drugs. Me, it's a poker reference? Oh, I don't gamble. Okay. Yeah, I think, unfortunately, I think by the time the river shows up, I don't actually think he has a ton of bluffs there anymore that didn't get there in some form or another. You know, when he calls you behind here, he's probably representing an ace of some kind. It's not likely that he was calling with clubs there, but he certainly could be calling with yeah, I mean, it just seems like he's got an ace there pretty much all the time. Um, I don't necessarily think the clubs are very likely, but I think when he calls behind with that flop, he's not. There's not a lot of bluff hands. I think that he has here, um, unless he's just on any two card kind of things. I mean, there's no real draws. I suppose things like 5-6 and 6-7, 5-7 sort of hands do. I suppose like a deuce 3 or a 3-5 as well. Now that I'm looking at it, that might continue. Those seem less likely though. It seems like a good fold to me, frankly. I think it's a good fold. You know, I think he's definitely got a lot of value hands there. And I don't think he has enough bluffs when he calls that flop there uh, to really put him on a bluff there. I don't think. Not that you should necessarily be taking the poker advice of the nano guy when you're playing for hundreds of euros here, but you know. Oh, Addy's all in just before the break. Takes it down. We'll stay here through the break. Won't do any commercials this time. I don't think. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think. Yeah, I absolutely think it's a good fold. I don't really think that you're probably going to be good there if you're not holding an ace of some sort. I mean, I really don't think that there's a ton of flushes out there necessarily because it doesn't seem hugely likely that he's putting a lot of money in on the flop with just clubs. And there's not a lot of other. I mean, I suppose there's hands. I suppose there's a few club hands that would hit an 8 or a 4 there that would continue on that board. But I think it's pretty rare. I think it's pretty unlikely. And I think it's more likely that you're up against an ace of some sort there. Yeah, the ace is what makes the most sense, I think. The ace is what makes the most sense. Although if he has the ace, we're sort of assuming that he's turning that hand into a bluff on the river, right? Because is he actually betting pair of aces there for value necessarily? So if we assume he has the ace, which I think you're right on his flop action, it makes sense that he has the ace. He's decided to turn that pair of aces into a bluff on the river, is the way I see it, rather than just checking back and potentially taking the pot with his top pair. So nice to see Addy up over 100 euros here in this one. Guaranteed. And we're back. Three-handed. Addy on about 18 big blinds with a small stack. Still a good chance to take this thing down though. That one double up and right back in it. Addy on the button puts in the raise. Big blind comes along for a flop. 10 jack 3, 2 clubs. Addy grabbing some chips. It's a bit of a chunky raise. I like the min raise in this spot. It means you lose the least when you have to raise fold in those spots. It gives you the most options. I mean, I think I obviously earlier spots I like the 3x raise, but especially as you get down near the end and you're shorter tabled or you're short-handed, I think the min raise is very, very useful. Especially if you're doing it consistently with a range of hands. I mean, obviously, if you're only doing it with big hands, it's pretty exploitable. But if you're doing it with a pretty wide range of hands, I think it's pretty tough for the opponents to work out what's going on, and it's pretty hard for them to shove back at you. I shouldn't say wide range. I mean a balanced range of hands. I mean, you shouldn't be doing it super wide or super often, I don't think, because it's just throwing chips away with bad hands in many cases. But you should be balancing some worse hands in with some better hands to in those spots. Addie's all in. Blind on blind. No, big. And he gets the fold. Cool. Picks up some more chips. Was button into big blind. So that's a 3x raise, is it? Yeah, 3x raise there. And he calls off out of position. Ooh, big bet. 3/4 pot. Big bet. It's a tough slog here on this table. These guys are just not giving up chips very easily. I mean, the few wins we get are tiny. It's tough. Nice one, Addie. I do have that one up, but I haven't actually been paying attention to it. Good job. Alrighty, well, we got that up there now, too. Oh, that's the wrong title. That's the wrong title. There we go. We got the Abyss Spectator up there, too. Let's stick with this one for now. Addie's just hanging on now, like 13 big blinds. Just surviving. Looking for that double up. Yeah, I can agree with Mike there. I think it's time you took a win down in the dark matter. Yeah, I have a feeling that if you've got a spot where where you're in the big blind and you hit the flop, you've got a good chance to check raise over top of him, given the action I've been watching here. Assuming you can get that far. Getting pretty desperate times for Addy in the dark matter, though. Let's see what's happening over in the Abyss is still nine-handed, it looks like. So over in the Abyss, Addy's not in terrible shape over there. He's like the fifth stack over there or so. So I mean, he's got a terrible spot, sixth stack, not a terrible spot, but we'll see how it goes. Let's head back over to the other table though. Addy's face. Oh, doubles up. I guess we missed a double up. Well, that's gross. We were on the other table maybe. Or was I not paying attention when it happened? Was maybe watching. Boom. So I guess we missed Addy getting the double up. Oh no, I guess we didn't miss it. It's right there. I just wasn't paying attention. I must have been doing other things. But then he must have got another one because that's not even enough to still be good. So it must have been the second one that we missed, I guess. I'm just watching as it comes back 3 minutes later on the stream. Looks like this will be the one. Maybe? Where are you playing, Mike? What tournament are you in? Yeah, I guess we just missed. I guess I just missed Daddy's other double up because I went over to this table. Sorry about that, man. Well, you're doing good now. 240, second chip stack. Good chance of getting heads up now. So I'm actually going to step away for a second. I'm going to leave you guys up here with Addy running in the dark matter, but I'm going to pop away from the keyboard for a few seconds. I'll be back. Cool, we're heads up. I see. And he's built a nice stack over in the Abyss as well. He is the biggest stack over there now. Looks like. Why, yes. Yes, he is. Nice one, dude. Killing 2 tournaments at once is a nice achievement. Ah, gotcha. Yes, I'm watching him live as well. I misunderstood Addy's comment when he said struggling Mike bricking everything. He means he was bricking everything, whereas I thought it was that you were bricking everything in the tournament you were in. So I just got confused there. But hey, for a guy who's bricking everything, you're certainly running pretty deep there, Addy. Hello, Hustler Honey. Good to see you. Good to see you. Check out on screen. You can see my current bankroll numbers right underneath my webcam and graph. Currently at 143.84 with a maximum bankroll of 161 euros. So we're doing well. How's it going, Hustler Honey? You gonna stream tonight? You said you were thinking about streaming on Wednesdays now. You gonna go live later? At the moment, I am finished playing for the day. Did not have a terribly successful day today. We made some money, but we didn't actually profit. 481 in buy-ins, 255 in wins. So small loss, a couple of bucks. But we had a couple of good chances, and basically got our ass handed to us by a worse hand in one of the tournaments. So, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? We were betting with what should have been the best hand, and dude just shows up with random queen 6 and 2 pairs. So nice, nice one. It's down to 7-handed now in the Abyss. Looks like, yeah, 7-handed now in the Abyss. So that's going well. Jesus, you're just taking it down today, Addy. So yeah, so I'm done for the day, but we're railing a good friend of the stream, Adrian Long, Addy YPC. This is and we're railing him in some big tournaments actually. The Dark Matter and the Abyss have got hundreds of euros up top for the wins on them, so they're decent sized tournaments. Heads up now in the Dark Matter. What are the payouts? Let me look at the payouts here. Give you guys some payout numbers for the Dark Matter. So Dark Matter now 171.50 for second and 240.08 for first. And in the Abyss, which is the other one he's in, a chip leader, 477 up top in that one, with the next cash out guaranteed 76.90. But of course, being a chip leader, looking for that 477 up top. Go, 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 Addy. Yeah, I got both your tables up live now, so I'm trying to keep an eye on both, but it's tough sometimes to figure out which one to watch. Okay, so maybe next week you will. Well, if you happen to be on when I'm done, I'll throw you the host or the or the raid for sure. I think today when I close up, I'm looking over at my raid list. There's a fellow named Hardy Poker that Jamie Hardy, who's I know from live events and I've hung out with a little bit in Calgary. That I think I'll probably throw the raid over to him when we decide to shut her down here today. But I'll absolutely throw the raid over to you, Hustler Honey, when you're streaming next week on Wednesdays. I'm usually starting to wind things down around this time. Anyways, even if I'm still playing, I'll be in my last couple of tournaments. Usually making money at this point in one of my last couple of tournaments if I'm still running. So I'm usually shut down by 5 or 6. There's a couple of tournaments like the Black Hole or the Comet. If I go deep in those, then sometimes sometimes it's 6 or 6:30 or 7 my time before I shut down. But it doesn't actually go, doesn't actually go that late very often. I'm usually shut down I'm usually shut down around 5 p.m. my time. So like half an hour from now would usually be when I shut down at the latest. So Addie's still crushing the Abyss. I don't really want to go over there and miss anything on the dark matter table, though, so I'm going to leave you here on the dark matter. He's got like 60,000 more chips than anybody else on the table. Looking a little dire over on the dark matter, though. Been down here before, though. 6s versus 6-8. Let's get... Oh, so gross. So gross. You're robbed on that one, Addy. You were robbed there. But good game. Very good game. Very well done. You just got robbed. You just got robbed. But hey, you got robbed and they gave you 171.50. So, I mean, yeah, that's painful. That's a pretty gross spot. Let's go over and have a look at the over and watch seven-handed here on the Abyss. That is pretty painful, though. That is pretty painful. Yeah, it was gross as hell. But still, second is good. And, I mean, you can't really do much more other than get your money on that good. He's got one overcard to hit. Everything else is dead for him. And, of course, he hits it. But, I think you're doubling your stack there, like 85% of the time. So Yeah, it did seem a little weird, frankly, but I mean, I guess he just decides he just wants to take it. But yeah, it does seem like a weird stack side or a weird shove for sure with a hand like that. Yeah, that was pretty gross, but what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Addy building chips. The runaway chip leader over here on the Abyss table. More than double anybody else on the table. Almost more than the rest of the table combined, like 2/3 of the chips in play. Or no, sorry, like 2/3 of the rest of the table combined, I mean. Let's just see a five-way all-in where Addy has the best hand and takes it all down right now. Seems like the best way to do this. He's using his big stack well. Yeah, no, we're all just railing you, Addy. Basically, we're all just here for you, buddy. So no pressure. You know, we're just here to watch you take the Abyss down. I should maybe move my camera to my other screen. Just looking at the camera angles when I'm looking at the poker. Now that I've changed the screens around, before when I was looking at my poker screen, I was largely looking at the camera. Ooh, Mathram C. Thank you, buddy. Thank you for the host. Thank you for the host, buddy. Much appreciated. Comms are now established with you. Thank you for the host, my friend. We are railing Addy. We're down to the final table of the Abyss. Addy is the runaway chip leader with almost twice as many chips as anybody else on the table. Welcome to everybody who's come over from Mathrum's cycling stream. I'm done for the day. I did not have a terribly good day today. I lost a couple of euros, but nothing too serious. We are, however, railing Addy, Adrian Long, who has just come second in the dark matter for 170 some odd euros, and is now chip leading the Abyss final table as well. So we are railing him through till the end. So if you've come over from Mathrum's stream, welcome, welcome, welcome. And thank you once again for the host, buddy. I appreciate it. I have to go over and watch your cycling thing. I was watching it a little bit the other day. I've never actually seen that game before, so it looks kind of. I'm not a cyclist, so it's not really something I would look for necessarily, but it looked kind of interesting. I do like simulation games like that, so might be fun to look at. I suspect it might not be as interesting if you aren't like really into cycling, but could still be fun. I mean, I actually really enjoy online golf, even though I literally despise the game in the real world. So, but I quite enjoy it online. So maybe I would enjoy the cycling as well. We're down to four-handed now in the Abyss. Addy's still our runaway chip leader. Let's get some revenge back for that second place in the dark matter and that gross beat at the end there. And we do that by taking this puppy down. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Well, of course, we being the royal we, because I actually have nothing to do with this other than just sitting back here watching and being the cheering section. But I feel I have to clarify that because I do refer to myself in the third person fairly frequently on this stream. It's mainly because I think it's a community thing, and I think we're all in this together. So even though I'm the one clicking the buttons and playing the poker, it's always a we situation when I'm on the stream because it's us. It's all of us. It's the viewers. It's everybody. It's a we. It's we. We're playing this game, and not just me. It's we. We. No, not that kind of we. But still, it is kind of. It's sometimes it's that kind of we. It's never usually a wee, but sometimes it's even a wee. I mean, of course, the betting money would say that be Mr. Solomon and Addy down to heads up, but you never know what's going to happen at this point. But that would be the. I'm not just saying that because of the chip stacks either. That's just the way the play's been going. Those are the two players that seem to be the ones that will be vying for the big prizes at the end. Mr. Solomon's just not going to give up anything here. And Voss has got a decision to make, and he makes the decision. Dealer, put all my chips in the middle. Oh! Oh, we were so close to being three-handed there. So close. And then the 10 just comes on the river. Mr. Solomon is crippled. After getting it in bad, sucking out, and then being victim to the resuck. Falling victim to the resuck. The resuck is terrible, eh? When in fact the funny thing is the resuck is actually typically a lot of times meaning that the best hand just got there in the end. Cool, thanks, man. I appreciate it. Like I say, it has been kind of interesting, and I do enjoy those sorts of simulation type strategy type games as well. I'm more that than I am a action gamer or anything, so that would be kind of interesting. I might have a look at it. I assume it's on Steam. I'll take a look for that once I'm offline. And Mr. Solomon gets a few of those chips back again. Addy being the runaway chip leader, still more than the rest of the table combined in chips now, so we are getting it down. But a lot of chips flying around on this table, though. It's not like people are playing. Not like people are playing cautious here. There's a lot of chips being thrown around. 8 big blind shove. He's been folding everything, so you gotta expect him to be pretty strong in that spot, I think. He hasn't been unwilling to fold and let himself get into the big blind. I think that's a really good shove. I think it's one you gotta take. He's only calling with an ace there or pairs. I think he's showing that he's pretty happy to wait it out for a hand to a certain degree. So I actually think that was a really good shove. Just unlucky to have run into the ace-6 there. Wee wee. It's funny. I have a really good friend of mine who's she's bilingual French and English. In fact, French is her first language, and she learned English later as a small child. And when we're together, it's funny because she'll kind of flip between English and French, kind of in mid-sentence, without even realizing she's doing it. It's a little tough for me because I'm only an English speaker, so it can be a little tough to follow what she's saying. But for the longest time, there was one thing that she said that just threw me, and I'd be in the middle of saying something to her, and she'd say, "Wah." And I interpreted that with my English ears as a what. So, like, she didn't hear me or she didn't understand what I was saying, so I would repeat what I was saying. And it took me ages to figure out that it's actually the way that she pronounces we, which I always thought was we, not wah. But apparently, yeah, if you're French Canadian, apparently it's wah. So, or something very close to that. As that's a very anglicized, accented version of it. But yeah. So, wee wee. not falling easy on this table, though. That's for sure. Addie's got his work cut out for him. Yeah, exactly. You have to shove on him there. No choice. Might have been a battle between the short stacks there, but it is kind of funny to hang out with Tanya, though, and she'll just, in the middle of a sentence, she'll flip to a couple of words of French and then flip back to English again to finish the sentence off. It's really strange. I know a few words of French. I'm not a very good French speaker. I mean, I'm actually not a speaker at all. I know a few words. It's what we in Canada call cereal box French. That probably makes no sense to anybody who doesn't come from Canada. But of course, we have two official languages here. Maybe some of the places in Europe with more than one official language might be similar. But with two official languages here, English and French, all of our there's like laws in place that all of our packaging and things like that have to be in both official languages, so that if you're English or French, you can go to any store and find, be able to read the labeling on the food, or read the labeling on other stuff. So that's just common. So um, cereal box French means that those of us who grow up in predominantly English parts of Canada and didn't take French in school tend to have learned French off of product packaging, listening to television programs and television commercials, and that sort of thing. So we've got a very limited version of it. And it's funny, I can actually say quite a few words, and I can even make a few basic sentences up that, things like, saying hello to people, and maybe basic food ordering at restaurants and things like that. But as I discovered when I was in Montreal a couple of years ago, um, even though I can say those things, when the French waitress decides to talk back to me in French, I got no fucking clue what she's saying. I don't even have a chance of understanding what the hell she's saying. So what happens when I try to order in French in a place like Montreal is I put in a very, very, very halting, choppy French order. She replies to me in fluent French, and I give her the dumbest, blankest look in the world, and she goes, "I'm sorry, I'll repeat that in English for you," and we have much better we have much better experience after that. So I kind of stop even trying to do the French, because it doesn't really work very well at the end of the day. Addie puts in the raise there. So far, the night's going well for Addie. He's already booked second in the dark matter, and he's looking at booking out a win here in the Abyss with the runaway chip lead. Well more than the rest of the table combined. And we are three-handed going into the break as Voss takes the fourth place spot. We'll be right back while we're on break here. I'm not going to go to commercial. Yeah, well, here's the problem. I'm actually one of those silly people that only has one language. English is the only language that I speak. I did have the option to take French, but it was an option. And as a teenager, it wasn't an option that I was interested in taking. I kick myself for that now. I wish I would. I would have been forced to take it in school. I wish that all across Canada they had sort of forced French education that was. I was forced to take it in small amounts in high school. My headphones are dying here, so I gotta plug them in. Hang on a sec. Or sorry, I mean in elementary school, we did take it, but it was very basic stuff, and that was really all that I ever learned. And then it became an option when I got into junior high, and I didn't enjoy language. I didn't enjoy French, so I didn't choose to take that option. And I honestly wish other provinces in Canada, like Ontario, farther west, or I mean farther east, um, have mandatory French classes all the way through school. And I really wish that Alberta did the same thing, because now that I'm older and I don't have the language, I really wish I did, frankly. So I wish I had learned it, but no. Basically, French is the only language that we really have an option of learning in Canada in a general way in school. There will be specific places. Chinese is becoming a little bit more common these days as well in certain specific parts of Canada. Um, But being that we're like an English-French bilingual country, French is really what gets offered, and it's not like we don't have Spanish, we don't have any of the other um, European languages at all, other than the French there. And if we didn't have Quebec as part of our country, I'm sure we'd be like the Americans and be just unilingually English, and be astonished that other people even spoke other languages. Well, we're back in. Yeah, so far I'm just sort of hovering around the 150 mark, a little bit below. Haven't been able to really push past that yet. Hopefully it'll happen soon, but we have a bit of a flat spot on our graph going now. I still think the two most likely players to end up heads up in this one is Mr. Solomon and Addy. I still think I don't really see Canucks. I mean, I see them as eventually probably losing their stack to one of those two guys. Solomon and Addy at it once again. Solomon takes this round. Yeah, he's still very much in control of this table, I think. Yeah, I mean, I don't encounter a ton of people who don't speak English where I live, so that's a big part of it. But there's a worldliness to being able to speak more than one language, and I actually think it's useful from an educational perspective as well. I think you're better. I think the more languages you learn, the better you become at all of them, because although every language is different, every language is also the same in a lot of respects, and there's a lot of the same principles and a lot of the same ideas that move across. And while sometimes that can be confusing, I think it also, I think it's very useful and especially for young children, to learn multiple languages and to not be raised in on a single language. I think that's super important. Even if you live in a unilingual area, I think it's super important to try to expose your kids to multiple languages. And I say specifically kids because children are hardwired to learn language. So when you expose a kid who's like 1 year old to sort of 6 years old, they're going to pick up whatever language they hear speaking around them. And if they happen to hear 2 or 3 or 4 languages speaking around them, they're going to pick up all those languages. And from what I've seen from many cultures, like when I was in Africa and the kids learned all sorts of languages growing up, they're astonishingly good at keeping the languages separate in their heads as well, which I find astonishing. I would think if you're listening to 4 different languages at the same time, you'd get them all mixed up in your head. But you know, the kids in Africa very easily could fluently switch between a lot of times French, English, and at least 1 or 2 of their local languages. So it's, you know, and it's I find it quite astonishing. I found it quite astonishing, and I think it's because, you know, the young kids are wired to learn language, and if you can teach them languages at that time, they will learn as many as you can teach them, and they will keep them straight, and because that's what their brain is wired to do at that point in time. So I do wish I had. I do wish I'd either had more foresight, or the educational system here had forced me to have more foresight. But alas, I don't think it's impossible. I've actually thought about going back to learn a language at this point. I don't think it's impossible, certainly at my age, to learn another language, but it's not as easy as if I was 6 again. Other things that are a lot easier now that I'm not 6 anymore, so, you know, it's a worthwhile trade-off, I think. This feels like a spot where it might be Addy calling off. I don't know, when he tanks this long, maybe not. He's got something to think about, that's for sure. Interesting limp there from Solomon. Given how aggressive he's been. Goes check, check on the diamond turn. That 3 might not be as bricky as it looks. Oof. And Solomon's back up again. Like I say, this still feels like it's going to be Solomon and Addy heads up. Once again, Solomon's second in chips, so... And I feel like Katunaksa, I'm not sure how I'm supposed to pronounce that name, but K-Tunaza? I'm not really sure what it's supposed to mean or how I'm supposed to pronounce it, but this feels a bit like Tunaza's doing a bit of rope-a-dope here. Check call on the flop there. Yeah, absolutely. The online resources, I think, is what makes it so much more appealing now. Things like Babel and other stuff just seem like there's a lot of resources now to learn with. Wow, those guys are just trading ships back and forth. Interesting. I feel like Addie's definitely got a piece of this flop. Yeah, once again, what other bluffs is he going to have there? By the time he gets to the river, he's going to be on a king or a queen there, and it's probably king because he's probably not betting the queen at that point. So the chips are a little bit more balanced now. Addie's still got the lead by quite a bit, but things are evening out a touch more. Is this going to be a big confrontation between the two small stacks? Nope, not this time. Yeah, things are definitely evening out a bit now. I have no idea what sort of hand he's playing. Tried to run a bit of a bluff there, didn't quite work. I don't think I don't think anybody's heard any official dates for the US yet, Mike, as far as I know. I had thought I heard something like April 21st, but then Ian was quite surprised that anybody had heard numbers. So if Ian's surprised and doesn't know what the numbers are, what the dates are, I don't think anybody else would either, being that he's an ambassador, although 22nd April? Okay. Yeah, I thought I'd heard that. Kind of sucks because I'm going to be away for a good chunk of it then, which means I'm probably not going to be able to make a run at the leaderboard this time because I won't be able to play many events in it, unfortunately. I wish it was running. Yeah, I'm working a live event in Calgary, so it's going to be really tough for me to find the time to play any events or many of them. If it runs for 2 weeks, I should be able to get some in at the end, but and maybe 1 or 2 at the beginning. But there's going to be like a chunk of 7 days in the middle of it that I'm not going to be able to play, which kind of bites. I was really looking forward to taking a run at the Nano leaderboard. Yeah, I'm in Calgary from the 23rd until the 30th of April, doing a live tournament there coverage. Patty, not the big stack of the tournament for the first time in ages. I technically could play. I mean, the internet connection's fine at where I'm going for the poker. I just going to be covering live poker out for the most of the time, so I'm not going to really have time to be able to sit and play online poker, unfortunately. For the record, I won't be streaming for that week either. I'll be I might throw in the odd live update from the tournament floor, but that would be I won't actually be streaming any poker that week. Yeah, I might get a good second weekend. It's possible that I could get some decent runs through the second week. But I think I don't think if I can, I think if I can't play the whole event, I'm going to have trouble making a run at the leaderboards. It's still got good value, obviously, in each individual event, but I won't have a chance, I don't think, at the leaderboard. Although maybe 1 or 2 or 3 good results or a string of consistent ones will get me up there. It's hard to say. I mean, I sort of thought that would be the case with, well, of course, it's different with the Stream League, though, because only the top 3 results count. But maybe it's the same there. I mean, I guess if it's the same there, maybe like if it's top 10 results, if I can get 10 decent results, maybe I can still be in the running, no matter how many days I play. Ian literally never knows. Yeah, I realized as that was coming out of my mouth. I'm not sure if he's still here or not. I think he might be lurking in the background. I haven't heard him say anything for a while. Alrighty, we're down to heads up. Heads up play. I missed the hand, but looks like Tuna took out Solomon. Let's go, Addy. Guaranteed at least 2 seconds, though, so. Yeah. I was quite surprised at how well I did last time, and I expect that the next few times I play the Stream League, I'm just going to fire 4 or 5 or 6 €1 bullets and be done, and lose it all. Is my expectation, to be honest, because I figure when you take 47 euros out of the league in your first day in the league, you've probably taken your share out for the next little while. Still, no matter how this ends, it's been a heck of a day, Addy. You've gone second, at least second in 2 tournaments now. Yeah, here you had like 170 in the first one, 171, and guaranteed 334 at least here. So we're talking like 500 euros for the days. That's not a bad day's work, my friend. Not a bad day's work at all. And of course, we can still get the top prize in this one when you double up and take out Tuna. Should be 477. Cool. Yeah, I'll have a look at that. I might, like I say, I mean, I might be able to get a decent second weekend once I get back from the tournament, but seems like a bit of a shove fest now from Tuna. Gaddy's eventually going to have to call one of these off. And unfortunately, we are done with the Abyss. So a good game, Addy. 2 seconds, 400 or 500 euros worth of profit for the day. So not too bad. Well, not necessarily profit, but definitely 500 euros done. I'm gonna throw the raid over to a buddy of mine, Jamie Hardy. He's a Canadian poker player. He is deep in a party poker Power Fest event right now, and he doesn't have very many viewers. So we're gonna throw the raid over there and give him some viewers. If you guys wanna hang out and check it out, I'm gonna send you over that way now. So thanks for hanging with me. It was fun to rail you, Addy. I had a great time railing you as well. So we'll see you again on Friday, and come on back because I'm gonna play a 25 euro Dwarf Star bounty event on Friday. Heading for the raid. For more vintage poker content from MotherShip Poker, click the subscribe button and check out the playlists for all of our old archived content, as well as the ads only cut from some of the early streams.